All right, we are live, and I was waiting on that circle to finish. It wasn't showing I was live, but wow, 25 seconds into it, yeah, I'm live. Hey, Boudreaux and Eunice here. How y'all doing? All right, let's see. We got some links sent out. We waiting on a couple other people to come up. I gotta get my StreamYard. I mean, YouTube chat up. I tell you what, everybody is lagging tonight. Slow. It's not just StreamYard, it's YouTube. Oh, I don't know. I guess the moon just ain't right or something. Oh, I'll take this out. Take these earbuds out. Now that I'm the host, I don't think I'll have any problems.
Ruh-roh.
All right, what's up, Mr. Brian?
Oh,
Well, look at that lava flowing right there. Pooh, I wouldn't want to be near that. I would not want to be near that at all. Eleanor writes, I'm cooking a pizza and then I'll join in. Cool deal, Eleanor. All right. Say something, Brian, so I can adjust my speakers.
can you hear me?
Say a little bit more than that.
Can you hear me? Hear me? Hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you in there.
All right.
Oh,
Testing.
I love pizza. I like my homemade pizza. I make my own crust. I make my own pizza dough crust.
Nice.
And then me and Missy load it. We put the sauce down, the pizza sauce,
Yeah.
and then uh, we fill it with pepperoni. And I make a 16 inch, okay?
Yeah.
16 inch. I got a 16-inch pizza pan. Pizza pan. Say that about 10 times real fast. And like Peter's got a pizza pan, or Peter. Okay, anyway. All right. We'll fill all of that. I mean, with pepperoni.
Yeah.
All of it. After the tomato sauce. Pepperoni. Then we got cooked ground meat. Beef and pork mix, actually. Like a 60-40 or a 70-30 beef, pork. Oh, yeah. We cook that down first and make it in little lumps, you know. And then we do, we put a thin Jubilee sliced bell peppers, onions, thin tomatoes, tomato slices, like a Roma tomato,
Yeah.
thin tomato slices, and then we'll load another 100 pepperoni slices, on that,
Nice.
and then black olives, and then some cheese, mozzarella cheese, and Missy puts the other cheese too, like some cheddar cheese and stuff, like the three blend, Mexican three blend, five blend. Do that in there, and then we stuck that in the. Oh man! Hey, look, my pizzas weigh about 7 or 8 pounds.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Hey, I don't. You remember Big Randy Gidry? I used to garden with that big guy.
Sounds familiar.
All right, I've got videos of him on this channel, my Boo Cat channel. I've got videos of him on a tractor, and he's got videos of me on the tractor on that Super 8 we had. And Randy's a big old boy, 380, 400 pounds. And he's an eating machine. He's an eating machine big time. And he can only handle 2 slices of that pizza.
Wow.
That's it. That's it. He already ate a pound. You know, we got 8 slices. He ate 2 pounds of pizza, and my dough's not that thick. My dough's only about that thick, like that.
Yeah.
You know. Oh man.
There's a place over here in Chula Vista, a family-owned place. It's been there since the 40s, La Bella's Pizza Garden, and they make calzones to die for.
Oh, I love calzone.
Man, their calzones are just to die for.
First time I ate a calzone, uh, I was renting a part of a house with a buddy, part of his house from a buddy of mine, and he was my employee. He worked for me,
Right.
and I was giving him top dollar, $12 an hour. Back then was top dollar for. Put it this way, I started my carpenters off at $12. A knowledgeable, experienced carpenter at $12 an hour.
Yeah.
When they first show up to the job site, and I give them a raise, 2-3 weeks, a month to see. It only took me a day to know if they were a true carpenter or not.
Right.
But anyway, I was giving him $40 a week. $200 a month. I had my bedroom, and he cooked every night. But I throw in for the groceries, so I give him $50 a month, and he supplied the food. I had my own bedroom, my own bathroom, all that. Like I said, he worked for me. And we went to this place called the something Mushroom.
Right.
Right across the street from college, from the University of Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever college is in Alabama.
Right.
U of A or Alabama or ASU, one of them. And it's the something psychedelic mushroom or something. It's a restaurant. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
No. Spotted mushroom, maybe? Something like that. They all over the South. I thought they was out in California too. But let me tell you what, they had some. That's the first time I ate a calzone.
Yeah.
Me and Big Eddie, we went over there, and I didn't know what we was gonna eat. And I saw calzones. He said, "Man, they got awesome calzones over here, all handmade." I'm like, "All right." Okay, Ed. Well, I did send you a link in the email, Ed, for the panel if you want to jump up in the panel, and you can work at the same time with it. But man, they had an awesome calzone. I did not know a calzone was made like that. Whatever, but they are awesome.
Oh yeah. Like
Miss Mercer, how you doing? Thank you for dropping in this evening. Como se va, soir?
Quick.
I doubt if Mater's going to show up tonight because he was supposed to be in the house, or ended his live stream at 10. And I heard the boss, not the boss, but I heard Miss Crystal say, be in by 10. So what you been doing, Brian?
I just been working around the house mostly. Just trying to get things cleaned out and stuff and go through everything. Not a whole lot. Getting, excuse me, just getting the house ready for the roommate to move in.
Oh, okay.
Bradley's in town. He was going to stop by today, but apparently he thought Bodine sold the laundromat here in San Diego, but apparently he hasn't. Bradley had to do some plumbing work on the place as soon as he got here.
Okay. What? So you're gonna do like I was doing with a friend of mine. You're gonna rent somebody a room.
Yeah. He's renting one of the back rooms. I had Carlos my home guy, my handyman, come over and scrape the ceilings. And hey, Vintage Soul, what's up? Scrape
Oh,
the ceilings, get all the acoustical ceiling down, and put in some lights and paint and fix the closet up because there was some issues with the closet and
right.
all that stuff. And got
Oh
it
yeah,
working.
that acoustic ceiling. Yeah. If you don't take them popcorn balls off, they, they'll come off eventually.
Yeah, I'm fed up with looking at it. I mean,
Oh, and
I
I
tried.
don't like that. I don't like that popcorn ceiling, popcorn ball
Yeah,
ceiling.
yeah, he
If
did my
that's what you're
master
talking
bedroom
about.
first. Yeah, he did my master bedroom first. Scraped all that off and ran a skim coat across it, and then painted
Oh
everything.
yeah.
And it looks really good. So I had him do the room that Mark was moving into, and I got to save up a little money because the other bathroom doesn't have a shower; it's just got a bathtub. So I'm saving up some money to buy the plumbing for it, and then I got to go in there and tear the walls down and do the plumbing and put up some cement board. But I got Home Depot coming to put in new bathroom windows, so
Oh,
that'll be done and out of the way, so I don't have to worry about that when we're doing the because the master bathroom, my bathroom is going to be it's going to have to be a complete gut job. Um,
oh,
the other one I just need to gut the bathroom or the bathtub area to get into the plumbing and then put up cement board and then have to tile after that.
right. 710, how you doing? Appreciate you coming in,
What's
brother.
up, Sam?
And Miss Terry, Bennett Soul.
What's up, Terry Lee Mercer? Mrs. Terry Lee Mercer, I should say.
All right.
Correct myself there.
Let's see who else we have in here. Oh, Illinois Rise. Yeah, he's making pizza, so he'll be over here. I want to see his pizza. I don't know if it's homemade that he does. He just said he was cooking a pizza, so that can mean different things.
Yeah.
That can mean he made his own pizza. He's got a frozen pizza that he added to. He's got a frozen pizza that he didn't add to. He's got a Hunt Brothers pizza
Yeah.
that they just made it for him, and he's going to cook it in his own oven. You know, the pizza's already there. All he's got to do is stick it in the oven. I love Hunt Brothers pizza. That's one of my favorite pizzas of all time. Hunt Brothers.
Hey, Andrew. What's going on?
Andrew, what's up, mon ami?
Well, you got it, Terry. I'll do that.
Hunt Brothers is over here, down here in the South and all. There's another name for them too. They have a sister company. You can go in convenience stores and you'll see that, you know, large, whatever toppings you want, $10. You know,
Nice.
then a buck or 50 cents per like extra cheese. You know, it's an extra buck or so, or extra pepperoni. You know, and they do a pretty good job on their pepperoni. They use, I think, some Italian sausage.
I remember going up to Moore, which is up near Fresno. And I remember going there, and they actually had a pizza joint there where you would order what pizza you wanted. You get it, bring it home, and put it in the oven and cook it yourself.
Yeah, well, that's how I do with Hunt Brothers.
Is it?
Sometimes I tell them, look, I don't want y'all to cook the pizza. Oh, I don't know if we can do that. I'm like, yeah, you can. Just make the pizza. I'm going to pay the whole price. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. You know, the Indian guy, you know,
Yeah.
the Indian cashier. Oh, I don't know if we can do that. I can't give you a discount price if, you know, if I don't cook. I'm like, no, I'm going to pay for the pizza. I just want the pizza in a box, and then I'll throw the pizza in the oven. He says, yeah, but just don't put it in the box. Don't cook it in the. I said, look, I know. I'm not stupid. Yeah.
My sister, one time she had one of those frozen pizzas and she took it out of the wrapper and she stuck the thing in there with the cardboard bottom on it and cooked it with the cardboard bottom on it. It was funny.
Now, there are certain pizzas that you cook, and it tells you to leave whatever the pizza's on. I don't know exactly what it's made of, but they tell you leave it on that, and at 425 for whatever minutes, you know.
Yeah.
And they'll give you a crispy crust on the bottom. Miss Mercer said they got Hunt Brothers all over the place in Alabama. That's it. Yeah. There's another name for them. It's a sister company. I forget the name of it. Because I remember when I was living in South Alabama, I loved the Hunt Brothers pizza. I did. I tell you what, I had a bad experience about 2 months ago. About 2 months ago with Gaddy's. Mr. Gaddy's. It's just called Gaddy's now. We ordered a pizza, and I think I got somebody else's pizza because that pizza was, I complained about it. Johnny said, but it didn't cost Johnny $15 neither, you know. Johnny said, oh, well, I asked him. I said, give me an honest opinion, Johnny. How do you like that pizza? He said, it's good. Well, when he said it's good, that means it's not terrific, you know. I said, I don't care for it. They missed something here. This ain't the pizza I ordered. Missy said, I ain't going back. I ain't going back, you know, and order a pizza from Gaddy's again. It was off for some reason. It did not have the flavor. No
Hunts Brothers next to me.
What's up, Eleanor?
Not much. Thanks for having me on, sir.
Oh, you're welcome. Let's see. Okay, now answer my question. I don't know if you heard the conversation earlier, what I was talking about.
No, I heard something about pizza, but that's it.
Okay. Homemade by you or Tombstone?
If I had to pick between the Tombstone frozen, I would definitely pick homemade.
No, but I mean the pizza you were cooking. Did you make it, or was it?
Oh, no. It's so we buy at Food Line. They've got the little small ones that are 79 cents. We buy them for the boys, like if we have to do like a quick meal before baseball practice or something. And since they're in Texas, I'm just heating 2 of those up. So it's a frozen pizza by Food Line.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'll tell you a place that's got pretty good pizza for a real cheap price. I don't know if you got them out there where you guys are at, but Costco. We got a place out here called Costco, and they have
Costco.
pizza.
Yeah, that's just like a Sam's Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a Costco too. We're members of Sam Club because that's where the league gave us a membership to buy stuff for the concession stand.
Right.
Yeah, I loved my Costco membership when I had it. My wife was it actually wasn't my membership, it was my wife's, and that's because her brother and sister-in-law both work for Walmart. So she got a Costco or a Sam's Club membership, and that's where I used to go buy my briskets at for smoking.
So, but yeah, we were just pondering on that, making conversation while you were heating up the pizza.
Okay.
And I was saying, well, either he made it, it's homemade, or it's a, frozen pizza, or he got a pizza from somewhere that he told him not cook it, and then he'll cook it in the oven when he gets home for later, because I do that sometimes, like I said earlier. But I'll make my own pizza crust dough. Pizza dough crust. I'll make my own. I have a recipe for it.
Okay.
And it's a good one. And like I said earlier, my pizzas weigh 8 pounds.
Dang, that's a lot.
Yeah, 7, 8 pounds minimum.
Miss Terry Lee, I used to like the school pizzas too when I was a kid. Come in the little rectangle sections.
We didn't have pizzas in high school when I was in school. Not even in high school.
Oh yeah, we had those school pizzas.
That's a long time ago.
The square pizzas. They cook them in a big square pan and cut them up.
Yeah.
I liked them. A lot of people did, but I liked them. But
I know I have at least one pizza video on this channel. At least one. Us making the pizza from start to finish. And I think I have one on Cajun's channel, on my other channel. But I know I got one on this one, pizza, homemade pizza. Like if you go to my channel, you know, and you know, on my homepage channel, and you hit that little search bar, you know, magnifying glass, you can actually just type in pizza or Briggs and Stratton or repair or whatever, and it'll pop up the videos I have. Yep. I got a lot of videos on this channel. A lot.
I'll tell you, if I'm feeling cheap and lazy, I'll go get Little Caesars, but that's pretty rare.
Yeah, Little Caesars, pizza. Yeah, they got the
hot and ready.
Yeah, hot and ready. Yeah, you walk in the door, they got pizzas already all made for you. Mm-hmm. And if it's not made, it don't take them long to punch one out the oven. That's for sure.
My wife likes Little Caesars. I prefer the Papa John's because we can get the same size. They're mediums, but we can get them for $6.99 up to 2 toppings here.
Yeah, I like Papa John's.
Oh, okay. That's why I like Hunt Brothers.
We had a Papa John's outside of base in Kuwait. They would deliver up to the gate, and then we'd go get it. My wife didn't like the sauce, though. The sauce didn't agree with her. I loved it, though.
I love Papa John's. I didn't like that thick crust, you know, that you could order the thick. I didn't like that. But I tell you what, Papa John's had a good gimmick with that garlic butter dip.
Yeah.
For the leftover bread dough, you know.
Yep. Put it right there in the corner and have
bread. They had a good gimmick. And yeah, they have. We don't have a Papa John's here in town, but we don't even have a Domino's over here.
Problem is, they only put one of those containers in there. They need to be putting 2 of those containers of that butter sauce in there.
Mm. I mean, yeah, they had a good gimmick for that.
Oh, awesome, Clay. Well, I wish him luck, Clay. I really do.
Hey, Clay, how you doing, mon ami?
Clay, where's he going to boot camp at? Is he coming out here to San Diego?
Where are you at, Clay? And then I'll tell you where he's going to go. Don't tell us, Clay. Just
no.
Where does he live?
No.
Where does he live?
What's his home of record?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because if you east of the Mississippi, west of the Mississippi, if you live west of the Mississippi, or you know, there's a certain line that where you live at, you go to Paris Island or you go to Pendleton.
See, I went to Paris Island.
Mm-hmm. Camp Lejeune area.
When I went in and I broke my ankle, believe it or not, I went right here to MCRD, San Diego, where I live.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You went right there.
Yeah, but I mean, I knew people here in San Diego that went to Paris Island, so it just. Oh, okay. It's more or less when the class is starting and where they got room.
Oh, okay. Well, because I know, I hung around a lot. You know, if I would have got in, I'd have went to Paris Island. But I did 4F, so.
Yeah, my dad was a drill instructor at Paris Island for 3 years, and then Quantico for officers for 4 years. So it was about the only thing I really knew. So once I got out of high school, that's what I did for 8 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was 3 weeks into boot camp and
in New Mexico, so San Diego. Yeah. Well, yeah. If y'all in New Mexico, yeah.
Broke my ankle in '91, and I was out. And then I joined the Navy and went into the Seabees at 29.
see, somebody else popped up in here. Oh yeah, Andrew. Okay, yeah. So Andrew, hello. Snow Day Pizza Part 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a lot of y'all don't know this yet, but I'm so close to being 1,000 subscribers on this Boogaloo Cat channel that I'm going to be hanging around this channel for a while instead of my Cajun Coin Hunter channel. I'm still going in the coin community. I'll still be in there, but I'll be on this channel. I've only got 9. I think I need 9 more subscribers for 1,000. When I started my Cajun Coin Hunter channel, I kind of let this one lag out a little bit. Just let it idle along and build itself up. And it did. YouTube kind of PO'd me when they took 300 subscribers from me. And I lost my monetization like that because I was monetized on this channel before I had my Cajun Coin Hunter channel. And it didn't take not even a year for me to build that channel up and be monetized within a year. I think 9 months. In 9 months' time, I was monetized.
Can you put a link to this channel in the comment box? Because I'm not subscribed to this one. I'm subscribed to the other one.
Oh, you know what? I never checked to see if I'm subscribed to this one. Let me look. Oh, shoot. I gotta open
So you might get a couple more subscriptions out of that.
All right.
up another window. No, I'm subscribed.
I'm going to go ahead and drop a link to a live stream that I did, I don't know, a week ago, maybe, not even a week ago or so.
What was your other channel, Cajun?
Wait, hold on one sec, Brian. Yes, the one we on right now?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to this one. Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm not subscribed to this one. I'm subscribed to the coin hunting one.
Oh, okay. There you go. There it is. That's a link to a video. In this channel.
Let's go to that one and see if I'm subscribed to that one.
Miss Terry, I'm on StreamYard watching this one. I don't have it pulled up in regular YouTube.
Yeah, 710. Yeah, I will be doing auctions on this to build my watch hours up.
You have a cooking
Huh?
channel too, don't you?
Yeah, I got a cooking channel that I haven't been paying attention to. I think I got 100 subscribers on that one. That's What's Cooking with Cajun.
Let me check that one.
Need to get all my information on that one too, my passwords and all that, because I got a separate email account for that one. Yeah, and that's what I got all my my cooking aprons and stuff like that already made up for that channel. Miss Ida made me a bunch of them.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to that one too.
So I just subscribed to this channel. You're sitting at 991 subscribers.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
You just made 992, I think. I'll be right back. Hold on a second. I'm gonna grab an apron from my other channel. I'm gonna grab an apron.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to all your channels.
So Brian, were you in the Marine Corps or the Navy?
Navy.
Okay.
No, I was 17, 3 weeks into boot camp, broke my left ankle. Got they basically it was going to take too long for me to recover from that, so out I went from there. And then at 29, I joined the Navy as a construction mechanic, and so I've never served time on a ship.
Okay.
I've certified LCACs to go on the Iwo Jima, which is a dock landing ship.
Yep.
But and then Ducks, which was the Beachmasters, helped certify them on the Iwo Jima, and that was when I was in Kuwait. And then went to Iraq after that, and Afghanistan after that.
Have a good night, Miss Terry. Okay. Yep. When I was in Okinawa, I spent 3 pumps on the 31st Mew.
Nice.
And I was on the Tortuga, the Harper's Ferry, the Juno, and then the Essex. Those are the 4 ships. I cross-decked quite a bit. I was military police.
Yeah.
So the battalion commander, his name was Lieutenant Colonel Scott Erdelatz. I'll never forget him because when he was First Lieutenant Erdelatz, he was my dad's platoon commander at Quantico.
Wow.
So he pulled me aside and asked me if my dad was a drill instructor. And of course, the conversation usually goes one of 2 ways. Oh, man, he was awesome, or I hated your dad. So I was like, yep, he was. He's like, yeah, I remember him. And then I ended up being the head of his security detail because of it.
My dad was a 24-year Navy bosun's mate, and he was not liked at all. But like he always told me, he says, I didn't join the goddamn Navy to make friends. But he joined during the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62.
Okay.
And then got out in 86, 85, 86. I think 86. And yeah. And he was on the prairie for the last part of his career, which is a destroyer tender.
Okay.
And before that, he was on the Whitstone, which was a dock landing ship. I think it was a LHA. I think. Let me look it up.
710, yep. Miss Ida made me those aprons. I'm going to be doing a giveaway.
LSD. It was an LSD. Casa Grande class dock landing ship.
Yep.
I'm going to be doing a giveaway here pretty soon on this channel for a limited edition Cajun coin hunter shirt. That's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be in auctions only, but she found that one. She said, "Why don't you give it away?" And whoever the winner is, I'll mail it to them. I'm like, okay. It's the Brian. You remember the benefit auctions we do for the cancer, the quilt cancer auctions and stuff.
Yeah.
And the other benefits I've done before to raise money for people for funeral expenses and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that shirt, I don't even have one of those shirts. I don't. It's the Cajun coin hunter with the train in the middle with my wheel.
Yeah.
My silver wheel with the train in the middle, because that train is like Miss Ida thought of that.
Right.
She came up with that design because that train horn's kind of like my signature in my live stream, because the train passes here and the horn's loud, you know.
Right.
So there's a shirt like that. I think it's a large or XL, and that's going to be given away pretty soon on this channel. And then I'm going to do an apron giveaway, one of these that I was sporting a while ago on the What's Cooking with Cajun channel. So I'll be having 2 giveaways coming up in the near future.
Very cool.
Yeah, I haven't heard it neither, 710. Well, one time I did tonight. Early on in Mater's stream, I heard it. You know, and I muted myself. So, Vintage Soul, yeah. So, y'all start hanging around here and keeping an eye out for the Boo Luket. And I will do promo videos on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel. I will do like an announcement video. Hey, y'all come over to Boo Lou Cat, my other channel. Let's get that one rolling. Let's get it rolling and stroking. I'm surprised YouTube screwed me like that, though, because I was already monetized with the amount of hours and at that time subs that I was supposed to have. They did a huge purge. They took 300 subscribers from me. I'm like, wow. And then all of a sudden, they were like, well, you are no longer monetized.
They did the same thing to me when on my fishing channel. I ended up just deleting it altogether, but they did the same thing.
A purge?
Did a purge, took a bunch of stuff away.
How long ago was that? About 4 years ago?
Going on right at about 5 years ago. Yep.
Something like that. When they did that first big major purge. Yeah, that was their first purge. Pissed a lot of people off.
Yep.
So I just kept on with it. They said you're not going to get no ad revenue because we're not going to have ads on your channel. But as soon as you get back to 1,000 subs, as soon as you hit that 1K mark, they should have just left my stuff alone. As soon as you get to that 1K mark, your monetization will be automatically restored. Guess what? About a year or 2 years later, they come out with this 4,000 hour watch hour deal. And that's right around the time that guy in New Zealand went haywire. His brain went haywire.
Yeah.
That's the time. That's the time that because he did it live on Facebook. He killed a bunch of people and killed himself. Well, hey, look, that didn't involve me. Okay. So then that's when they wanted them 4,000 watch hours.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Andrew, very much. Thank you.
Yeah, the only reason I got the watch hours and the subscribers is because I had that one video, my very first one, Go Karts for Christmas. It's at over 600,000 views right now. It got put into, I guess, the suggested video section and hasn't come out because it just continuously goes up. And I wasn't going to ever monetize the channel. But when I saw that they were running ads on my channel anyhow, I was like, well, I might as well get paid for it. So yesterday I started the process of monetizing the channel.
Yeah, there you go. You went to the dark side. And it's like, you don't know the power of the dark side. Not too bad for a laptop mic, I guess. I don't know if it picked up that breathing.
It did.
Okay.
At first, I didn't know what they were doing, and then I caught on.
Gotcha. Ed, the old tech guy. How do you manage more than one channel? I can't keep up with my one channel. Well, it's not easy, put it that way. It's not easy.
No, that's why I deleted the other ones. I just got rid of them altogether. And I've got the one that I use now.
Well, when YouTube did that to me, I still had the channel. I wasn't on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel yet. And this channel here is clogged up with gardening and cooking plus small engine repair. So I said, well, I've always been in the coin, always, since I was 5 years old. And then I got into the coin community, watching some guys and all that. The $50 roll hunts, like $50 make you holler, call and snacks, and all that. Which Paul, yeah, love him to death. Snacks, he could kiss my foot. But anyway, uh, uh, so I broke out some coins I had and started showing them off and making videos. And I said, well, I need to make a different channel. So I need to think of a catchy name. Well, CCC, Cajun Coin Hunter. And lo and behold, about 4 months later, there was another Cajun Coin Hunter that come out. Hey, I'm the original Cajun Coin Hunter. I'm from Pompano, Louisiana, and all that. But his name was all together. Okay, small letters, Cajun Coin Hunter. Mine was capitalized, spaced, written like it's supposed to be written. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. YouTube let me have this channel, this name. He says, well, I'm getting a hold of YouTube and I'm going to get you knocked out of it. Well, that didn't happen. I'm up almost 1,600 subscribers on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel. And good boy, Hey, Steven. Oh, I need to lose this cooking apron. I sat down and it got kind of tight on my neck. So anyway, that's my other channel. Missy is the co-host of What's Cooking with Cajun. Missy is the host, not the co-host, the host. So next week we got some visitors coming in from the West Coast area. That's all I'm saying. They don't want to put it this way. It's going to be a big surprise. So we're going to have a bunch of videos coming out. They're coming over. They want Missy to teach them some Cajun cooking, and they want to get out of the house. Hector, what's up, mon ami?
I had an ex-girlfriend who was from New Orleans, but she couldn't cook, but she could mix up one heck of a drink.
Oh, okay. Was she from New Orleans or?
Yep, she was born and raised. She was born and raised there. And then when she got a little bit older, she moved to Virginia, and that's where I met her at.
Oh, okay. You still with her or no? Oh, that's
Oh
ex.
no, nope. That was a past. That's where it stays.
What was her family name?
Evans.
Evans.
Yep.
Okay. Well.
Evening, Hector.
There's not a lot of Evans down here in my part of Louisiana, though. See, I'm almost. I'm 2/3 of the way across the state from New Orleans. New Orleans is southeast Louisiana. I'm in southwest Louisiana. The Cajun part. Okay, you get across that 20-mile bridge from Baton Rouge to Lafayette. There's a 20-mile bridge over the Chapelized Basin. Once you jump off of that bridge, you're in Cajun country, pure Cajun country, not Creole. We say Creole in Francais, but no, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, all that. Baton Rouge, that's such a mixology over there, just like a mixed drink. They can call themselves Cajuns, but not true Cajuns. So.
Yeah, no, definitely not with her at all, Ed. That was a past thing that will stay there forever.
Y'all check that out. Well, you got to back up a little bit, Missy. Let me have this part. Wow, that thing's like 10 foot long. She started this, I don't know, not that long ago. Back up, miss. Back up. Hold it down a little bit. Down a little bit. Yeah, that thing's 10 foot long. That's some ivy plants she does. She propagates them. One of hers had got killed by the frost, the freeze we had, and uh, she there was a little live part of that ivy plant still there. She took it and rooted it, and that thing's 10 foot long. Okay, Hector, check your email, mi amigo.
I will be back in 1 minute. I'm gonna take the dog out real quick. Like,
All right. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's gonna be a nice trip for him. 17. Oh, Hector, you know me, brother. I love helping other people. Let's see, catching up in chat here. Now, I've been in New Orleans twice in my life. When I was a young kid going to the zoo, there was my dad, my uncle, my mom, my aunt, and there was three brothers and their wives with all the kids. And we went to the zoo in New Orleans. And I rode that little train, yep, little train around there. And next time I went to New Orleans was making a bid on remodeling the second floor of an antebellum home. And the guy I was with that was making the bid with me was like, "Hey, let's go take the trolley car. You know trolley car." I'm like, "All right." First time ever been to New Orleans as an adult, and rode on that. And my buddy, he was from Slidell, so he was showing me the tricks of the trade on how to. You pay a quarter back then, or 50 cents, to ride on the trolley car. Then you ask for a transfer, get a transfer ticket or something. And so we took two trolley cars or something. I think one was St. Charles, another Canal Street or something. So we got off there, and then we started walking. And then I started to notice that there was no cars parked on the side of the road. There was no cars, people walking, and it was like the brick road, like cobblestone brick. And I looked up at the next intersection. Hell, we were on Bourbon Street. He said, "I told you I was going to get you over here on Bourbon Street." I'm like, "Well, yeah, we here, man." We went and ate at the oyster bar. Got a couple of dozen of raw oysters. Uh, Seen some hustlers in the street playing music. Uh, all that, throwing change at them and stuff. Oh yeah, went to a couple of bar rooms over there. Had a good time, but boy, I tell you what, there's some hustlers on Bourbon Street, hustlers, big time. And I already knew this one. Well, this guy says, "Hey, I bet you $5 I can tell you where you got your boots at." I'm like, "Wait a minute, you want to bet?" This is a little black kid, about 13 years old. He says, "I bet you $5 I can tell you where you got your boots at." I'm like, you gonna bet me $5 where I bought my boots at or where I got my boots at? I bought my boots on the clean on the other side of the state, and I got my boots on my feet. Boy, he was like, "Screw you," but he didn't say it like that.
Hey guys, if you ever had trouble with
Show your face.
with the fruit flies, like bananas, apples, or anything, try out some an ounce of water, 3 drops of dish soap, teaspoons of sugar, and a little bit of water over
Vinegar.
and vinegar. It works well,
Yeah.
believe me.
If you got any fruit flies in your house, the little bitty fruit flies,
If you have that many, it works.
it does. We had a bunch of fruit flies.
I had so many I couldn't get rid of them.
We had a bunch when I got out of the hospital for that month because we didn't come home. Well, Missy did a couple of times, but we didn't realize we had
And it,
4 or 5 potatoes and a couple of onions going bad in the pantry too. So
No, but that's too good.
yeah, but
just to let y'all know it works.
yeah, water, vinegar,
Sugar,
sugar, and dish soap, and stir it up,
stir it.
and that attracts them little fruit flies in there, them little bitty, and they'll drown in it. They'll get in there for that sweetness.
What it is, that dish soap, they go around it, you gotta keep stirring every day. And it goes around the glass. It sticks to it and they can't get out. So
Yeah.
the sugar is so thick with the dish soap and stuff, it sticks to it and they can't get out. It works.
There's Monsieur Hector.
I'm here.
How you doing, Monsieur Hector?
I'm doing well. How's everyone doing? Hey, Eleanor. How you doing?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Hey, Brian. How you been?
Good, man. What's up?
I can't complain. So what's the topic tonight?
Just like the title says, whatever coins, small engines, or I mean, whatever we think about.
We started off talking about pizza. Then Brian and I
Yep,
talked about
yeah.
the military a little bit, and it just kind of kept going from there.
Yeah, military.
Speaking of pizza, when I was 18, I got a job from working as a box boy, and my dad got it, and I didn't want it because I was my senior year, and I didn't appreciate it. But that one day job turned into 11 years. I liked it so much. I didn't know I was going to like it that much. And there was a place across the street. It was called the Chicos. And their grandma recipes were used, and the pizzas are still awesome. And I've been going there since 1975. One of their oldest customers. Used to be a Happy Steak.
No, never heard of that one.
Happy Steak was back in the late 60s, early 70s. It was a good steakhouse. I mean, it wasn't like Texas style, but it was more like a buffet. Let's put it that way.
let's see. You're talking about pizza
Mm-hmm.
in that place. Oh, that's a little better. Got more light now. The spotted mushroom. You ever heard of that?
No, sir.
The spotted mushroom. Oh wait, hey, is Miss Mercer still in here? Because the one I went to was in Mobile, Alabama, straight across the street from the college. It's one of them college restaurants. I know. I think it's called a spotted mushroom. That's where I ate my first calzone at. When I was framing houses in Mississippi and Alabama. Magic mushroom. It could be magic mushroom.
We've got one here in North Carolina called the mellow mushroom, and they do
That
pizza.
might be it. The mellow mushroom. Yeah, with pizza and calzones.
Yep.
Correct.
I think so. At least that's what we have here in Wilmington, North Carolina, a mellow mushroom. Now here where I'm at in Sneads Ferry, we have a place called Denoya's. It's New York style pizza. And there was a kid that graduated from the local high school named, I think his last name was Davis. I forget his first name. He played for the Yankees for a little bit. So since it's a New York pizza style restaurant, they've got a bunch of Yankee stuff and his pictures and stuff like that on it, up on the walls and stuff there.
I'm gonna look up mellow mushroom. I think you hit the nail on the head right there with the mellow mushroom.
I wouldn't mind a Chicago style pizza.
I never had their pizza. I had their calzone, and that was all handmade. You know, it was a pizza joint, like I said, straight across from the car. You can get beer with it too. You know, if you wanted. They serve beer, draft beer. Pizza joint.
There was a place in Fresno. It was called a Gourmet Pizza. I remember ordering a medium pizza, which is about probably 12 inches. It weighed 8 pounds. I mean, that thing was packed with ingredients, and there was a little bit more of a bread-like consistency, but the bottom was crispy. It was really good. Expensive as heck, though. I can tell you that much. Any length of time I spent anywhere was in Missouri, in Springfield. My son lived there. We went there to visit him for 10 days. And a lot of different kinds of restaurants. Like, I never heard of a Jimmy John's until we got one here in California.
Springfield, Missouri, they've got the biggest Bass Pro Shop, don't they?
Yep.
When I went to military police school, I was at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, for about 8 months, and we went out to the Bass Pro Shop up there once.
We have one in Los Banos, which is about, I would say about 50, almost 60 miles away, going towards the Bay Area. And we went there, and they've got a tank of fish. Almost like
Yep.
And you can go fishing in there for them. So you can practice.
Really?
Yeah. You can practice using lures, and they show how to use different kinds of methods of, depending on what kind of fish you're going for, bottom feeders, or you're going for what they call lily type fish that hang underneath the lilies or any overcrops,
Yep.
Anyway, so it was interesting because a lot of stuff I didn't know about fishing, and with that, I'm not a fisherman, but I like going deep sea fishing with my in-laws. We'll come back about 60 or 70 pounds of fillets off the coast of California.
Yep. See, I'm a big time fisherman, especially being here on the coast of North Carolina. I do a lot of saltwater fishing, and I'm actually involved in a program called Heroes on the Water. And what it does is it takes wounded warriors and like first responders kayak fishing free of charge. And I used to be the chapter president for a few years, and now I'm just one of the fishing guides for them. So I'll take up to 3 different individuals out on their own kayak, and we'll post up someplace in the marsh, and we'll catch red drum, flounder, speckled trout, whatever's biting that day.
Wait, and where are you at?
I'm in Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really familiar with North Carolina. Is that close to the coast?
It's right on the coast.
Right on the coast?
The beach is probably about 5 miles from my house.
Yeah, like what Myrtle Beach is in North Carolina?
No, that's in South Carolina. That's about 2 hours south of me.
Right.
So I'm literally right outside the Marine Corps base, Camp Lejeune.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. You said that earlier. Okay, you know where oh boy, let me think. My buddy lives over there. Chops. His name's Barry Weat. He's a truck driver. He owns his own truck. He lives in Amon? Wait. He's not that far away from there. You know where Pamlico River's at?
Yes.
Wait, which one's north? Pamlico River or the Neuse?
Well, so direct where I'm at, you have the New River, and then from up there, you've got the Neuse River, and then above that, you've got the Pamlico River on the Pamlico Sound.
Right, Pamlico Sound. Okay. Both of them run in the same direction. Pamlico Sound and the Neuse Sound, Neuse River, they run like that inland. Okay, he's right there, straight in between the two where they end. He's about 30 miles to the west of them. I want to say it's Amon or it's a little town there, Amon, Ayers, or
Aurora?
No, I think it starts with an A. I'll look it up in a minute. His name is Barry Weat. He didn't have no flooding for that hurricane that hit
In 2018.
2 or 3 years ago.
Matthew.
But yeah, is that the one that turned southwest as soon as it got close to the coast?
Yeah, it's the one that just sat on us and would not move.
Yeah, and then it finally went inland and then went up kind of like north and then
then went out towards Asheville in the mountains and then up towards like the Ohio area.
Yeah. Amon. I think it's Amon. I'm pretty sure it's Amon. I'm gonna look it up too.
There is an inn in North Carolina, but it's out towards Elizabethtown and like the Whiteville area.
Crap. I typed in Amon and it come up Almond.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of the cities. Closest I've been to the east is probably Texas. I visited more times there than I could recall. That is, but I've been all over California, Hawaii, most of Mexico, Arizona, New Mexico, and I've driven through the bottom states and up through Texas, all the way up through Missouri. But anything in between, and Nevada. Forgot about Nevada. But as a kid, I remember going to Fort Benning, Georgia. My uncle was in the service for 23 years, or 22 years.
Okay, yeah, the Neuse River, and I call it a sound too, like the Pamlico Sound.
Yep.
Okay, he's in Aden, like he's almost right between the two, going up and down.
Yep.
But
I
he's
know where
like
it's at.
30 miles to the west. Yeah, Aden. And then they had that town. He didn't have no floodwaters, but there was a town like 20 miles from him that had 12 feet of water from that hurricane. It just covered houses in that
Yep, that was
area.
Kinston. So
Yeah, that's it. That's
Aden
it.
is kind of like southeast of Greenville. It's right outside the big city limits.
Yeah.
And Kinston is just kind of southwest of that. So yeah, Kinston got hit real bad because I sent my family up to New York, where my parents are originally from, during that hurricane. And when we came back, even after the water had receded to where we could drive on the roads, there were parts of it where buildings were still underwater.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that much rain or water on the streets.
But the
Years.
eye of that storm was going to go down. I mean, that predicted path. Wait, what you said the name of that hurricane was?
Matthew.
Matthew. Okay. That path was heading straight in the eye, in between the Pamlico River and the Neuse River.
Yep.
And that's where he was at. And I said, Barry, you are fixing to get blown off the map. He says, I know it. But he says, I got to stay here. You know, I've got a lot of property here, and I don't want none of them looters coming around here. Which, you know, he didn't have to worry about no floods, you know. He just had to worry about lights. He had a generator. He had 3 generators and all that. Because he was always prepared for a storm. And he says, and I've got my pew-pews ready. And my wife is a crack shot just like me.
Yep. See, I had to stay for it because I work for the county, and that's why I was stuck here. But the second we had an opening, I sent the wife, the kids, and the dogs up to New York just to get away from it.
Right. And then all of a sudden, it was going like this. And then all of a sudden, it just started drooping down and hit the South Carolina, North Carolina border.
Yep.
You know, right there.
Thank you, 710. That was our first video. It was actually the second video I made on the channel, but it was the first one I posted.
And I know I'm already subscribed to that channel, so
Yeah,
I checked that a couple of nights ago.
No, heck, I was actually born out at Camp Pendleton in San Diego County. That was the last time I was there, besides when I was active duty. I got sent out to 29 Palms, which there ain't nothing out there, and we never left the base. So I don't even remember the least bit about California.
Hey, I feel for you because desert is not a place where you want to build anything, and if you were there years ago, there was nothing. It's a little bit happening now, but I've been all over California, anyway from the border near Oregon and all the way down to TJ. I've even gone to La Paz at the tip of Baja California, and I saw marlin fishing. I couldn't afford the ticket, you know, but I went on the boat and I went as a helper. And man, those guys fighting those marlins.
Yep.
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
One guy fought one for 8 hours. Never seen anything a fish that big and that powerful. Hey, David Carlisle.
They ain't even got 29 Palms out there.
Well, they're drying
What's up, my Bama bro, David Carlisle? What's crack-a-lack?
I think David's one of the first ones besides pages that I've known online. It's been what, October of 2018. Been around that time.
Okay, well, what'd you say about what? 2018?
No, well, I've known you since about 2018 because you're one of the first ones I've met. besides David Carlisle?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's been a long time.
Oh, yeah. David's been around a while. He had 1,000 subs with one video. Yeah. Well, I think right before he hit that 1,000 subs, he made another video. But he was
Yeah,
on it for a while, though. He got his honest. He didn't buy them or, all that stuff. He was in channels as a moderator, and he had that one video with his grandson riding a lawnmower with the dad. So, hello, you know.
Yep, I'm seeing that video right now. My grandson drives solo.
You're a
Well,
grandfather?
I think that was the second video then.
Eleanor, you're a grandfather?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm looking at David Carlisle's channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm subscribed to you anyway.
Yeah.
I was gonna tell you. Man.
David's my sniper moderator. David was one of my first moderators on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel.
710, that's all it starts with, man. Like that everybody has said, my first video, it hit something, and that's where I've gotten everything. My watch hours, my subscribers, everything has come from that one video. Now, I've got a couple of other videos with a couple of thousand views and stuff on it, but for the average, once I hit 100 views on a video, I'm happy with it. So your channel could literally just take off overnight.
Yeah. I got a buddy of mine, Steve Cox. He's over there by Brandon and Papa, Texas, and Stephen Cox. You know him?
I don't know.
Okay. He had a video go viral, and I think it didn't take but 2 weeks for him to get up to 100,000 subs or more. He's a diesel mechanic. He's on YouTube. He was on there, and then he titled this one video, "This super glue trick the cops don't want you to know about." Boom! That quick, his channel got big.
And that's literally all it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it didn't have nothing to do with cops or anything in there or whatever. It was just the cops don't want you to know the super glue trick. But it was something that had to do, I think it had to do with some mechanic work or something, if I'm not mistaken. Stephen Cox. Brandon knows him well. Brandon's met him. I haven't met Stephen. Papa Texas knows him. Justin with the Good of the Land knows him. You know, they're all in that same area right there. Who's the one asking me about Billy Strong with Papa Texas last night?
Yep. That was me.
Oh, that was you? Okay, yeah. Billy Strong, yeah. Strong's Adventure. Billy and Rhonda, yeah. Yeah, they live right north of me.
Yeah, and it's crazy how just one video that doesn't even pertain to what your channel cliche is about, it'll just take off. I used to follow a guy called Yak Motley, and he was mainly fishing, and that's why I followed him from my old fishing YouTube channel. Well, he did a video about cleaning your headlights with WD-40, and I mean, within like 2 weeks, it had over 15 million views on it, and that's where he got all of his subscribers from, was him sitting there in his driveway scrubbing his headlights with WD-40 and a toothbrush.
Yeah.
And I use toothpaste.
I think I know the video you're talking about. I've got some stuff that's called Mother's polish aluminum. Yep. Okay, I'm fixing to come out with a video on that. Now it's already out there. Okay, but I'm gonna amend it. Okay, It's a friend. It's a friend of mine that's in the small
Excuse me.
engine community. I'm going to amend it and see if I could make it a little better. That's coming up pretty soon.
Okay.
RFT, Rob finds treasure.
Yep.
Yeah, rabbits eating his garden, crap went viral. Yeah. Clay, is that Rob finds treasure? RFT?
Yep. Rob finds treasures. RFT.
Okay. Because I think I saw that because he is a gardener. Rob finds treasure, the $50 coin roll hunter. He's
Yep.
right up there in McKinney, Texas. Well, no, he's about 15 minutes from McKinney. My bad. Papa Texas is in McKinney. And him and Papa Texas now they're 10, 15 minutes apart. In Texas, you don't say how far is it, like for mileage, okay? Because mileage don't mean a damn thing outside of a big city or whatever. Mileage don't mean nothing. It's time. How far are you away from? Well, I live in central Houston. You live in Pasadena, which is south of Houston. So about 35 minutes away. You know, because of all the traffic and stuff like that. You know, so they don't do it in mileage in Texas. They do it in minutes. Yep, that's what I was talking about, David Carlisle. He's got a gardening channel. And him and his daughter and his wife, they have this ping pong ball that bounce off here to there, up there, over there, and in a solo cup. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Ping pong balls. You bounce them off and you make it in a cup or whatever you got, a hat. Yeah, Rob's got a video on that with him and his family doing that. It's about 10, 15 minutes long, but it's all little clips of each one doing something. And they got real good at that. Bouncing in ping pong balls, put them in a red solo cup. Go ahead, Toby Keith.
The only thing
Well, the
like
Papa
I use a
Texas.
ping pong ball is beer pong.
Yeah,
Played that a
I
few
know my
times.
nephews. They play that at beer pong.
Yeah, but we had tequila shots on each one of them.
Oh, okay.
Beer and a tequila shot.
Oops. Oh, I got poisoned on that crap one time.
Well, I can't drink anything else. I've tried vodka, and that vodka is not a good thing for me.
I was a pool hustler back in the day, even before I got married. That was a long time ago. And we started playing pool for drinks, beer, shots, whatever. Oh, boy. 16 hours of drinking shots of tequila. Oh, no. Never again.
I remember when I was first dating my wife, her uncle was a pool hall tournament guy, and he even had trophies in his garage. He converted his garage into like a pool hall,
Yeah,
and bar, and
yeah.
And I was like 19 years old at the time. Hardly ever went to bars. You know, nothing. You know, spectacular. Even to this day, I don't drink that much. But he challenged me and he said, "Oh, I'll let you play and I'll let you win." He spanked me in the first game, and then I started learning the angles and how to play the game, and I beat him. He was so pissed off he wanted to fight me, and I was bigger than he was. He couldn't believe. He said, "You're probably a hustler. You just told me that you don't know how to play." I says, "I don't. You tell me all these terms. I'm not familiar with it. But man, it's a good thing I was bigger than he was because he was hot under the collar because I beat him."
My grandfather plays in a pool league up in New York. I play, but I'm not the best by any means. But I can kind of run them around a little bit.
Yeah, I stay away from it because there's too many hustlers out there, especially for
Yes.
the balls.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're playing for money, you got to watch out who you're playing with.
I usually, if I do go, I usually watch who's playing because like you can tell by their, if you're not gonna play them and you watch them for a while, you know who are the ones that you need to avoid.
I got you covered, David.
The guy that taught me my English and mastered me in pool, his name was Gary Ewald. He was one of the best, okay? He was in a few tournaments. They're not on videos or anything. It wasn't a TV tournament, but he beat Willie Moscone, Minnesota Fats, Machine Gun Joe,
Oh man,
Irving Crane.
you talking about some
Irving
earlier in the game.
Crane. I can name quite a few that he has beat. Okay, and because even the best pool players, they don't win every tournament.
No.
Okay? So he mastered me. He was my mentor on pool. Which at 17, I was a pretty damn good shot. But he mastered me in my English at 18, 19, before I was married. And I pissed him off one night. I beat the heck out of him. I mean, I was hot. Okay. I mean, I was on a roll. And I pissed him off pretty damn good. Well, anyway, me and him used to go out after I finished playing music. I got my $250 for the night. 200 wherever I was playing. We go to the Green Frog in Rain and the Triangle Club over there in the Scott, and we'd hustle pool. And then we were drinking all night when I was playing music. And boy, we come home $300, $400, $500 a piece in our pocket playing $20 3-ball. Or we play $100 6-ball partner. $100 6-ball partner. I got trophies and all that stuff. Got more trophies and won more bar tabs. Bar tabs, that's nothing. You can't show that, $50 bar tab for winning a tournament. All that. I got plaques, trophies, all that crap.
Yeah, when
I
you're
got
playing-
one on 9-ball in APA, American Pool Association, APA. It was the Bush League before it was APA. Anyway, I got more 8 on the breaks, not run patches and all that. For our 9-ball team over here that I used to be with, we won by points. We didn't have to go to the final, the semifinals. We didn't have to go to the semifinals. We won by points, so we automatically went to Vegas.
I was saying when you were telling the story about the shoes and stuff like that earlier about where you got them from. And he's like, I bought them here and they're on my feet. I remember hearing that in a movie called Pool Hall Junkies.
Pool Hall Junkies?
Yep.
And that was a movie?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't fall for that one. I can tell you, hey, $5, I can tell you where you got your boots at. Yeah, I know where they at. They're on my feet. I never heard of that one. I know Color of Money. Wasn't that with Jackie Gleason?
I'm not sure.
That there's a movie about pool hustlers. The Color of Money. Or was that with
Paul Newman?
Paul Newman. Paul Newman. Okay, I don't know why I said Jackie Gleason. Paul Newman.
Well,
Okay,
he played Minnesota Fats. He played him.
Okay, Paul Newman or Jackie Gleason?
Jake Gleason.
Okay, all right. What's the one with Tom Cruise?
That's The Color of Money. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, all right.
Paul Newman, Tom Cruise, Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio,
That's
Helen
what-
Shaver, and John
Yeah, yeah, she's a hot.
Turturro.
She was a hottie. Yeah, that's The Color of Money. And there was another one. I can't. Okay, wait a minute. Jackie Gleason, you said, Hector, right?
The Hustler.
The Hustler. That's it. The Hustler. Okay.
That was with Paul Newman, Piper Laurie, Jackie Gleason, George C. Scott, and Murray Hamilton. That was way back in, I think, 61.
Something like that. I forget when it was made. I thought it was like early 70s or something, but it could be
No.
61.
No, that was still black and white.
What? The Hustler?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I remember
Pool
because
Hall Junkies came out in 2003.
who was in it?
Mars Callahan, Christopher Walken.
Oh, I remember that one now. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta look that up.
Paul Newman played a really smug pool player.
Yeah, he was growing up as a kid, and he was kind of fostered. And instead of going, he got an invitation to play in a professional tournament. The guy that was fostering him turned him into a hustler instead.
Yeah.
So that's where the movie kind of takes place. And I don't want to say much more to give it away, but it goes from there.
There was a episode on Twilight Zone that was really good that had to do with pools. I can't remember the name of the episode, but it was pretty good.
Oh, I know Christopher Walken. He played in Joe Dirt.
Yes.
He was the Italian guy. Yeah, he always played not the bad guy, but he always played like a mafioso guy, or
Yes, sir.
either the good guy or the bad guy. Okay, Chaz Palminteri. That's I forget. I've seen a bunch of movies with him, with Chaz. Okay. Oh, Ricky Schroeder was in there. Okay. Rod Steiger? Wow. Michael Rosenbaum? Was that him that played in Beverly Hills Cop? Michael Rosenbaum? Or because he looks like that guy that was one of the Beverly Hills detectives. You know, the kind of stupid guy, not stupid, but over anxious guy. There was Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop, and then there was the older guy, banana up my tailpipe, man, and then that kind of red-headed with a toe-headed guy. He was a Beverly Hills Cop. He was over anxious all the time.
From what I'm reading, he played in the Superman television series Smallville, and then he played in the Guardians of the Galaxy, something called Urban Legend, Sorority Boys, and then on a Fox TV show called Breaking In.
Yeah. And that's that Michael Rosenbaum?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I guess the DC animated series Justice League Unlimited, and then some comedy called Imposter.
Look up Beverly Hills Cop. No, it's a Judge Reinhold. Judge Reinhold is the guy I was thinking about, but he favors that guy that I was talking about earlier. What you
Okay.
want, BB? What you want, BB? You want a piece? You want a treat? Come here. There you go.
So Hector, in order to be able to put the links up, you've got to be one of the moderators. You'll have a little blue wrench next to your name. That's how you're able to post links and stuff.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he knows that. But Hector is a moderator on my other channel, and he is on this channel now.
Takashan?
So what's Clay 37 been up to?
Where is Clay from?
What you been up to, Clay 37? I don't know exactly. I know his address because I have it in my.
What time zone is he in?
I think he's he played a bunch of my Wheels of Silver, and he won a few. So I have his address somewhere. I just forgot where it's at.
When are you going to go back to doing the silver wheel, Cajun?
Never.
Oh, that bad, huh?
No. No. I got some. I'm doing the penny games for that now.
Right, I remember.
Where you buy a penny, but it still has the wheel. I incorporate the wheel in it.
Oh, okay.
But you gotta buy a penny. You're buying a penny, and then the grand prize is silver or gold or proof sets or uncirculated sets or whatever. You know, something worth the money. You know, like when I was doing my gold wheels.
Thank you, David.
I was doing what, like $12 a spot for the gold, and I'd have 12 spots, and you were getting a gram of gold, you know. But now I'm doing the penny game, like Big T does.
Hey, Clay, is that New Mexico? I've driven through that.
Yeah, no, he's down there. Yeah, he's in the southwest over there in that area.
Man, that is. I drove through the state through there, through the freeway. Man, it's got some clean, very picturesque countryside. I mean, it looks like a painted, it looks like desert, but it's painted red and yellows, and even the freeways are cleaner than Californians. Really nice, and it was nice to drive through it. Wasn't as hot. It was like it was in Arizona, but it was nice.
If I'm not mistaken, Clay is not that far from Brian, if I'm not mistaken.
Brian.
Yeah, Brian's where? I think.
No, Brian's in San Diego.
I know. But wait, I might be thinking of somebody else instead of Clay.
Oh, okay.
He said, my left hand is weather radar from the titanium in New Mexico east side. That I don't get on that one. That code, I'm not reading that code right. Because that's a code talk there. My left hand is weather radar from the titanium in New Mexico east side.
So he's got titanium in his left hand, and when he starts feeling a certain way, he says that certain weather's coming.
Okay.
Kind of like when I tell people I can smell rain coming, they look at me funny until it happens.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I could smell rain coming.
Yep.
I can. And then I know the signs, too.
Yep.
You know, the rain frogs. Oh, yeah. And then a bad storm coming for that year. Oh, yeah. last year, yeah, okay, southeast. I mean southwest. Yeah, 8 miles from Texas. He's over down there in New Mexico, southwest. Okay. Uh, Last year, Richard Ardoin had a lot of tags on his pecan trees. He had 3 pecan trees. And I said, man, you got a lot of tags on them trees. I said, we're going to get a damn storm this year. And his pecan trees were loaded. I mean, loaded with huge pecans. I'm like, oh, man. I said, we got a storm coming, Richard. You think? I says, I know. Well, guess what? We had 2 storms last year, 2 hurricanes. And those 2 hurricanes blew every pecan off his tree. He didn't make no pecans. Oh, he made pecans, but they never ripened in like October. Okay. All them big, huge pecans we just got blowed off the tree. So he didn't pick pecans last year. But when you got pecan trees with all them tags on them, the pollen, or you know where you're gonna have your pecan cluster at, you got all them tags, and each tag represents a pecan. It's a pollen. You know, you got your pecan pollen that comes off of it, but each tag represents a pecan. His trees were loaded. Oh my God.
How's the Patriot build being going on, and LNR?
Unfortunately, the steel company I buy the steel from, they took a contract with the base, so they're filling that order and not selling to the general public right now, unless you're a contractor with a contractor license, and I'm not any of that. So unfortunately, I can't get material to finish it.
Yeah, I'm looking quietly at your videos on that build. See, I'm into cars and restoration and getting them back on the road.
And see, as a kid, I always wanted a go-kart and a mini bike, and I never had them because my dad was in the Marine Corps. I was born at Camp Pendleton in San Diego County, moved around my whole life, so we could never really have one. Yeah. So getting them for the boys and my daughter was kind of like me living out part of my childhood as well. Mm-hmm. And I've come to realize that when it comes to working on the small engines and stuff like that, I don't know enough about them. But what I'm really good at is fabricating pieces for the frames and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at trying to get into. We're trying to sell our house right now, long story short. So I don't have a shop or a garage or anything because the place I was doing it at, that guy moved down to Louisiana. So once I get a shop, I'm going to put a tube bender and stuff like that in there and then start making my own mini bike frames and actually selling them online.
Yeah, I see. I went to school. It's probably the opposite of. I've been in the same town since I was born. But my dad, he bought a house, paid it off, put us 5 through private school, me until high school, private school. And then most of my education was out of necessity because my dad moved to the ranch and I was like 13 years old. So I had to learn how to everything from we build the house. So it's carpentry, electrical work, concrete work, framing, roofing, fixing the tractor, fixing the trucks. So most of my education came from on hands. And then when I went to private school, it was mostly theology and philosophy and academics and athletics. So I didn't have much time. So I didn't really learn the right way, schooling wise. But everything I learned was from, it had to be fixed. I mean, I even do submersible pumps, plumbing, anything that fixing appliances, because we couldn't afford to buy a new washer and dryer. And like I just did it out of habit. When my wife's dryer didn't work anymore, I looked at a few tubes, YouTube channels, and I fixed it. So that and my dad's trucks were, falling in disrepair all the time. So we always had to fix them and borrow parts, because he would buy a truck or two, and we use those as parts instead of going to the auto store. So a lot of my upbringing was out of necessity and fun. I mean, I enjoy wrenching.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I grew most of my young teenage years. So basically 6th grade through my junior year of high school was spent in Okinawa, Japan. So I learned how to work on like the JDM style cars, like the Nissan Skyline, the Toyota Supras, that type of stuff. Because I mean, that was like the Camaro and the Mustang living in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So like when Fast and Furious came out, the very first movie, we saw it in theaters in Japan, and we're like, what's so spectacular about these cars? Because it was something we dealt with every day. So that's where I learned how to like work on vehicles and stuff. But I've always been a fan of old school American muscle. So when I got back to the States, I bought a 92 Camaro. That was my very first car. And that's kind of where all of my experience came from. So when it comes to like the Chevys and stuff like that, some of the older model ones, I can diagnose them to a good extent, and I can fix them when it comes to vehicles. When it comes to the small engines and stuff, I don't know. I just don't get very good at trying to figure out what's wrong with them. And then once I finally do, I've spent so much money on it that my wife doesn't let me do it again.
Yeah, I'm having that same issue right now, because I'm planning to retire. I haven't retired. I should have retired 3 years ago, but I'm a teacher, so that's the other reason why I like doing things. I like to learn to do things also. And so my first car was a Datsun 240Z.
Okay.
And I worked on that car on my own. I mean, I did the brake, suspension, throwout bearing, transmission, rear end, suspension, carburation. I even put air conditioning in it. And I even got the factory air one where it was just junk and somebody else's Z, and I put that together. And it all worked. It all worked fine from 1977 when I bought it until 1980, until my girlfriend wrecked it. Never do that again. And then I bought a Mazda RX-7, which I still have. It's a 1980 model, 4-speed. And it's in the garage. It's getting back on the road. I got a BMW 1980 and a 57 Chevy half-ton pickup in the garage. I just tinker around with them for right now. But once I retire, it's going to be on the road, all 3 of them.
Nice.
Did y'all see that link I put in chat?
Yes, for ARC Racing.
Yeah, ARC Racing.
Hey, 710, thank you very much for your compliment.
I used to deal with that company years ago, and I'm thinking that's the one. Somebody sent me a link to another one we were talking about on Mater's channel or Brandon's channel, BS Small Engines. I was trying to think of a company I was dealing with back in early 90s, to 98, like 91 to 98. And somebody sent me that link. I'm not sure who it was.
It was on Mater's channel, and Brandon was the one that sent you the link.
Yeah, but was it ARC Racing or was it Go Power Sports?
Well, we had mentioned both of them. Go Power Sports is, I want to say, near Dallas, Texas, in that area.
It's in Kimmel or.
Yeah, so Go Power Sports is like the leading go-kart and mini bike parts and distributor manufacturer of today's age. Brandon was the one that sent you the ARC racing, and I mentioned something called NR racing, but I think we came to the conclusion that it was ARC that you were talking about.
Yeah, because that was years ago. But Go Power Sports, they, I mean, from what I see from their website, they don't have a third of the stuff that ARC's got. ARC's got for Briggs and Stratton, your 5-horse engines, okay, your 13 series, okay, your 13 205s. I don't know if that's the one I'm thinking about, or 225s, whatever. But I used to get the catalogs from them, and I'm going to call them tomorrow. ARC, I'm going to call them tomorrow, see if they still have that catalog. It's about that thick. And now, since the Animal came out, the Briggs and Stratton, the Animal.
Yep.
Okay. Well, back then, the Animal wasn't out at that time when I was a racing car. That was something that came out, that Briggs came out with for the go-kart racing community. Let me see if I could see a number. Hold on.
Yep. So Go Power Sports actually became really popular because there's some big time YouTube channels. One of them is named Cars and Cameras. They're pushing 1 million subscribers on the go-kart mini bike stuff. Then you've got Redbeard's Garage, which is 300,000+ subscribers. Rather Be Welding's in the same area. They're all sponsored by Go Power Sports. And a lot of their stuff was based off from like the Honda Predator clone and that style Chinese engine. So that's why Go Power Sports is so popular right now, because every major go-kart mini bike YouTube channel is sponsored by them and is pushing their company. Where before, like what you were talking about with ARC, they had the old flat top style Briggs and Strattons, the Tecumseh
the L-heads
and stuff like that. And that's what came on like the old school Roper mini bikes and stuff like that. So recently I've kind of gotten into the old school style mini bikes, and I've been looking for one to buy to completely redo, frame off restoration. I just can't find one in a price range I'm willing to pay for it, because a rusted out frame and a motor that's seized up is going for $1,400-$1,500 right now.
Jeez.
So yeah, there's actually a guy out in Texas. He's got a YouTube channel. It's called Busted Knuckles Garage. He's only at like 130 something subscribers, but he does a lot of the old school mini bikes, and I really like him and his channel. So he would probably have used ARC racing, because he's been around in the game for a while, just not on a technology level.
Right. Do you remember Stacy?
No.
Twisted R Racing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You knew he's a truck driver. Okay. So I think he was in Florida. He did a live stream with, I don't know who it was. Was it go-karts and gone fishing?
Yes, go-karts and gone fishing.
Yeah.
He actually bought him a complete setup motor.
Well, actually, what I'm talking about is a frame. It was like a Baja frame. Wait, let me get StreamYard here where I can see myself. It was a Baja frame, and they strapped it to his lowboy, his trailer that he was pulling. He just happened to be in the area, and I'm not sure if it's go-kart, if it's Nate or not. I'm not sure. And they strapped the frame. It was just an empty frame. Well, it had some rims and tires on it. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't that empty. It didn't have no engine or nothing on it. And they strapped it to his trailer, and Twisted R brought it back to his house, and that was one of his future projects.
Yep, I remember watching that video. It was from a little while ago.
Oh yeah, that's like crap. 4 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's one of the first videos of them I actually stumbled across.
I'm trying to look up that one certain engine. It was the 130202. I'm not sure. You familiar with that 130202?
No, sir.
It was the Briggs 5-horse L-head, naturally L-head, because they didn't even have overhead valves back then. By Briggs. I would build racing engines in my lawnmower shop for these kart races, and I was building my own. And these, okay, this 5-horse had the bearings in it, okay, the ball bearings, not the aluminum bushings in the sump. It had actual ball bearings, and it sealed on the Magneto side and the PTO side.
Okay.
And I have a block like that out here, and in my shop, I found one. The rods broke on it. I want to say the rods broke on it because I can turn the flywheel over, and then it'll get hung up. I can turn it back over, and then I can turn it another turn or turn in half before the rod catches on the crank in there. But it has the ball bearings in it. So it's one of the IC engines, 5-horse IC engines, that you can, put on a cart, a go-kart, and you can modify them. You get like 30 horsepower out of these damn little engines, with the racing rods, the Wiseco pistons, or whatever, whatever brand you want. But ARC handles all of them parts. The flywheels, the racing cranks, the racing cams, the pistons, rod, everything. Like, I love them billet flywheels. They can take high RPM. And they used to sell Margate carts back then, if that's the same company I'm talking about. They used to sell Margate carts. An empty cart frame, or one with the engine on it, ready to go for your kid to ride and all that. Then you build it up from there.
Okay.
37 and I was rebuilding my own cars in the 80s. Yeah. Actually, we were using racing cars and fuel pumps on these engines. And we were using ethanol, alcohol, fuel.
Jeez.
We didn't run on gas. Not in the higher class, in the modifieds and all that. No. Oh, and look, everybody remembers them 12-inch mufflers on the racing carts?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And then, let's see. Wait, what are you looking at? This. Okay. Anyway, we used to have corks too. Corks. Shut down the engine, put a cork in the exhaust pipe. That way, the cool air didn't get to your valves. Wait, hold on. I gotta do something. Missy.
I'm so old school. I remember my neighbors across the street found a lawnmower that would run, but they had it in the alley. They threw it away and it was in pieces. The only thing the good on was the engine. And I remember my neighbor putting it on wood and wagon wheels, and that was our go-kart. But that's so many years ago. That was back in the mid 60s. I'm trying to look for that guy who works on small engines, like all the lawnmowers and antique lawnmowers and all that. His name's Daryl something, Daryl Tactile or something.
Oh, you're talking about? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know him.
What's his-
Pterodactyl.
Yeah,
Terrell fixes all. Okay, what?
but the
Oh,
way
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was talking to Missy. Go ahead, Hector. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I was thinking about this guy because he go. I had a problem with my lawnmower, and he was talking about when it kind of sputtered or because it just start and then die. I took out the bowl at the bottom of the carburetor, picked through the jet, on both sides, and I put it back together again, and it ran. It's been running ever since. So his kind of videos are really good because he explains while he's working on it, which is pretty good for me because I'm a visual guy and I like to see what they're doing.
Yeah.
So when I did that, it worked, and I would never have thought of that unless I didn't watch a video on it. Yeah, what's his name? Dactyl or Terrell or
Pterodactyl. Like the old dinosaur bird.
yeah.
Pterodactyl.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's got a lot of subscribers too.
Yeah. He doesn't have as many as he deserves, though. He deserves a lot more than that.
Oh yeah.
He ought to be. He ought to be 2 million subscribers right now. He should be 2 million.
Yeah, his YouTube name is Terrell Fixes All. That's his channel.
There you go.
And
That's it.
Yeah,
He's
that's what I
got-
was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. Terror fixes all, but I don't know if I was muted when I was talking. I probably was.
Yeah. So I mean, I've got a rear time Montgomery Ward's 1970s tractor at the ranch, and they got a 57. I got a 63 C10 Chevy pickup. I gotta get back on the road. I mean, there's a lot of projects of mechanical work I need to do for my hobbies here at the house and the ranch stuff.
Yeah, Terrell, he's got a good channel. Me and Johnny watch his channel, not because of the learning experience, because me and Johnny are, certified mechanics, but there's a few things that I did not know about, but it was just a little trick of the trade that Terrell came up with, Oh, what's that?
Sorry about that. I put the phone down and I hit the wrong by accident.
Yeah, I think say you was fixing to have a drive-by.
No, but the thing
Anyway,
is,
yeah. Terrell,
go ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that the thing with Daryl is that he explains and gives you parts numbers, and then little tricks of the trade that I'm not familiar with. I'm easy with Chevy pickups and Ford pickups, V8s and all that, and some foreign jobs, but small engines, I never paid attention to it. But with his, he gives you part numbers and tricks and the tools you need to use, and then instead of you buying certain tools, you can use certain other things. So that's what I like about his. I'm not too crazy about his characters. Yeah. Those guys are crazy.
I love the skits they do. I do.
Yeah,
I love the skits. I love the comedy.
Yeah,
that's what. That I was going to say this earlier. That turns a lot of people off. For some reason, it turns people on. Certain people. I do not know why. I'll tell you what. I love his comedy. Before and after. I do. And then some people, they write in the comments, yeah, well, we could have did without that nonsense that you started your video with and all. We could do without that. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people that put comments in like that. I love those comedy things. That's just the way people are nowadays. Certain people, If they get offended by Blade Man and Throttle or the Choker or something like that. Then people need to get a life. Hey, what about Jackie Gleason? The Honeymooners and Ed Norton. Norton, get up here, Norton. And then Jackie Gleason always saying, well, one of these days, pow, right in the kisser. Now that was comedy back then.
See, I'm not a fan of skits either. But all I do is I just skip that part. I just fast forward it, get to what I need from them, and I move on about my business. Right. It's his channel, his video. I'm not going to tell the man how to do it.
Right. That's your option. You can fast forward to the actual repair. No, that's everybody's option, And sometimes I skip the comedy. I want to get to the repair, see what he's talking about, see if I'm going to learn something new, and then I'll watch it. But when Johnny's over here and all that, when he got a new video out,
Are we still there? Or did it freeze?
No, I think it's on Cajun's side.
Okay.
Cajun, you can't hear me. He's not muted. Oh, he's freezing.
Yep.
Well, I've got a lot of interests. That's why my channel's name is Hector's Interest in Coins. It should have read Hector's Interest and in Coins, and because as a teacher, you research a lot of things and you're trying to find the best options. He's gone already. He'll be back.
Yep.
And I like history. I taught English for 10 years, and then I was a coach for 20. I taught girls softball and baseball and all the basketball, for both sexes actually. So after being in corporate management for 25 years, I got out of that and went into teaching. So I'm about ready to retire.
See, I coached both my stepsons baseball. We play for a rec league. My oldest is going into 10th grade. He plays for the JV team at the high school. My youngest stepson, he played for the middle school team this year. And like I said, they both play rec. We won our county series. We sweeped it 3 games and went undefeated in it. And then we went down to the state tournament in Ocean Isle, North Carolina.
Hang on. Cajun's calling me. Yeah, Cajun? Oh, you lost your internet?
I said I lost the internet for a minute. I'm waiting on it to come back up.
Okay. I think Eleanor can hear you because I got you on speaker.
Yep.
Anyway, just tell everybody to hold on. The internet went down for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Get back on.
I'll tell him right now.
Bye-bye.
Bucha. Everybody, Cage is coming back. Says hang on, and he's just waiting for his internet to come up again. But yeah, that's I've coached my wife. Well, before I coached when I was a teacher, I coached my wife's rec league for 5 years. I taught my daughter travel ball, and we went to Texas for the ASA 16 and under fast pitch. We played 68 teams. Out of 68 teams, we came 16th in the nation. So I've enjoyed coaching. Kids are a lot different when you coach them. Not in the classroom as much, but the kids that play sports, they're good kids.
Yep. See, we play for an organization called Dixie, and we went to their state championship, and we got absolutely destroyed our first 2 games. I mean, it was bad, but it was good for the boys because with it being an all-stars team, every single kid, unfortunately for us, being in a military town, we have a very high turnover rate. So we'll
Right.
have kids play 2 or 3 years, and then next thing you know, they're in Camp Pendleton or they're in Virginia or someplace else, right?
Right.
So the teams we played at the tournament for the state are kids that have grown up with each other, and they're able to pull from the entire county for their team, where we just have our little district that's 400 kids from 4-year-old T-ball up to 18U. So our pool is a lot smaller to pull from, but in it, for our county, we have 4 districts, and that's who we play on a regular basis.
Uh-huh.
So for our county, our boys are that team that everybody tries to be. So, I mean, we usually go undefeated and stuff like that for the majority of it. Now, in-house, we'll lose against each other, but when Dixon, which is who we are, plays White Oak, Southwest, or Richlands, we just decimate all. So for them to go to this championship and have that eye opener of, wow, I mean, it was a great thing, and I tried to turn it into a valuable lesson for them to learn from. But they're 13 and 14-year-old boys. You know, they're going to take it
hard.
Yes. So.
Yeah, I have had those experiences with my teams. Both girls are the worst. They bawl, cry, and they pout for days. Give an example when you said about going from a small pool. My high school was on average has been about 500 since as long as I can remember. The number one draft for the NBA. The high school student that got out last year, his name is Jalen Green. For some reason, a lot of kids think that going to my old high school, is the attraction for most pros. We've had. You ever heard of the Pondexters in basketball?
I think so, but I don't know much about them. Basketball is not a sport I really follow.
Yeah, Chicago. They were the Chicago Bulls, and the two brothers, Clifton and Pondexter, were with Michael Jordan. All the big names. Anyway, in contrast to that, most of my kids, or I should say, most of my students that I work with, never held a glove in their hand, and they don't have gloves. They don't. Hey, there's Zed. How you doing, Ed? Cage will be back. He got knocked off on the internet. He'll be up as soon as he can. But we always worked with our coaches. Were always saying we're small, we may be underdeveloped, but we won the state championship in basketball. I don't know how many times. Valley championships before we were in divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're still in Division 2 because of our small school status. But I mean, it's just, and I try to do the same thing with my students, because a lot of them, they don't know footwork, they don't know basic fundamentals of any sport. Soccer, mostly, that's their sport. But for the most part, I like with underdog kids, the kids that don't have that advantage, and I go fundamentals. And if I don't anything special or any special plays, I try not to get the star athlete, and if I do, I cut him down a little bit just to make sure that he carries his weight and doesn't overshoot the team's pride and glory hog. So I've had as many as 32 kids. I only had 15 uniforms for baseball, and a lot of kids got they got in trouble or they dropped off because of academics. Or I would always pull kids up, and the ones that stayed the longest were the kids who were at the bottom. And I like those kids because some are still playing.
Yes.
But like I said, I like different subjects and philosophy and different sports. I'm not really into big names into sports because, as a coach, It's like my sister-in-law. She's a big Lakers fan, huge Lakers fan. We went to see him one time play at Selland Arena, and she started throwing popcorn at the other players, cussing them out. And she's a very demure, very quiet person. And all of a sudden, she turns into this person that I don't recognize. And I said, and people, get angry and they take sides. And I've never really been overboard. Always play the game, play by the rules. If my team was beating the heck out of the team, I put all my bench on the team, on the field. Stuff like that. But it's always been fun, though.
Yeah. And see, I just enjoy being out there, especially with my stepson. It's a way for us to kind of continue to bond and grow and whatnot.
Right. Yeah. Even when doing your carts, there's going to be a bonding issue too.
Yes. And actually, my oldest stepson, he last year in July, with his own money, bought a 95 Mitsubishi Eclipse. This guy had he had it listed on Facebook Marketplace for $500. Motor was locked up. So we went down and I told him to bring his wallet. So he did. He had $271 cash in there. I went to the bank and I pulled out $500 of my money to, if I had to, pay the rest of it and then the towing bill home. So when we got there, we started looking at it and everything like that. And I took a pry bar and I pushed on the flywheel, the key, and it's legitimately locked up. It'd been sitting in his yard for 7 years and his wife wanted it gone. So my oldest asked him, he goes, "I've got $271. Will you take it for it?" And the guy jumped at it. Really? I mean, had I have known, I'd have had him offer $150 to start first. So I paid the $190 to tow the car home after he bought it. And since then, we've got motor mounts sitting in the kitchen with a few other random parts for it. And then we went to a local junkyard and we had them pull a motor from an Eagle Talon that was a 95 as well. Same motor, and it supposedly runs. It's at least free spinning, so it will run when we're done with it. We're getting ready to start pulling the old motor out. So our channel, it started off as like mini bikes and go-karts, but that's why we went with L&R rides. Basically, if it has wheels, it's going to be on our channel at some point in time.
Yeah, I have to agree with, I remember as a kid making go-karts. I even remember using my next door neighbor's empty pool when they moved out. Some kids were taking peach boxes and making skateboards out of them because they would take them off of roller skates.
Yep.
And I remember that was one of the first times I've seen people do that, because everywhere else I saw was, they all bought them and they have those fancy, fiberglass or resin type boards, nowadays.
Yes.
And I try to tell these kids, hey, this started back when I was a kid, and they said, nah. Then I show old 70 movies of, some people have some old 70 movies of the people using roller skates for blades, all that stuff. And they couldn't believe it. Some of the kids said, oh, it's a new invention. I said, no, it's been around for a while, dude. Oh, speaking of which, one of my cousins was born in Okinawa.
Really?
Yeah. His dad was stationed at the Air Force Base there.
Okay, Kadena.
Yep. Yeah. He was born at the hospital too. And they lived there for 5 years. My older cousin, Teresa, his sister, she speaks Japanese.
Okay. Yep. So I lived there for 6 years as a kid. And then, well, let me rephrase that. When I was a real little kid, we were there for 8 months. And then as, like I said, preteen, teenager, I was there for 6 years. And then when I was in the Marine Corps, I spent 2 years there active duty myself. So I love Okinawa. It was a great time. I learned a lot from over there, especially, like I said, with like the Japanese cars. I watched a guy take a motor out of a Skyline GTR and he put it in a Mazda Miata.
Oh my goodness. So
that was my first interaction with vehicle engine swaps and stuff like that. Now I had absolutely nothing to do with it. I just happened to be there. We used to go and hang out at the auto hobby shop on the base. So basically, it was like a 6-car garage that Marines and their families could take their vehicles to, rent a stall out, and they could do an oil change and work on them for the day or so.
Uh-huh.
We used to just go up there and we would hang out as teenagers. And that's where it kind of came from for me. So that's where I got into vehicles and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to the Japanese vehicles, I've forgotten a lot about them because I don't have them accessible anymore. But I will, at some point in time, own an R32 Skyline. That is one of 3 dream cars that I want, and one day in the future, it will be on my channel.
I wanted to work until I'm 70, and my wife says, "You're crazy. You're gonna retire now. You're gonna be 65 at the end of the year." And I said, I just don't have. I don't think I can retire. Totally. And I said, I'm gonna go back to teaching after I retire and put the paperwork in. But I want to make that extra money so that I could, do the things I want to do with my trucks. And one of the things I want to do also, and I made a deal with her. I want to get my Datsun 240Z 73. Doesn't have to be blue with a black and white interior. It could be any 240Z, but it's gonna be modified to that it's more modern. Suspension, everything else is gonna be stock, but the suspension, probably put a 5-speed transmission in instead. Maybe go to tri-carbs, not Weber's, but these special ones that I've looked at, and they're kind of expensive. They're like $3,000 for the tris. But there's a shop here in San Jose that all they do is work on restoring and modifying Z's. Really nice looking cars.
Okay. One of the kids I went to high school with, actually, I met him in Okinawa. He's got one that he restored, and I want to say he was at Camp Pendleton too. He's an officer in the Marine Corps now. His car, when he got stationed in Okinawa, he was able to put it in some sort of museum out there in California, and they displayed it while he was over in Okinawa for 2 years.
Yeah, if you can get the first ones, like the 69, 70 models, and if you get them under the 1,000, is that? I thought it was. Nope, that's not Cajun.
I'll say, how are we going to know when he's back? And
he'll pop up. He'll pop up.
Okay.
Because he'll have still the link. Since he's the host, he has the link still.
Okay.
The reason why you and I are both on is because we logged into the stream. He just fell off and he can come back because he's got the stream host. We just can't anybody else on.
Okay.
Now there was a way before to do that, but he didn't leave. He didn't leave with you or I, because there's something that, and I haven't done it yet, where I took over somebody else's stream. But there's a way. Ed, are you still there? Ed helped me out last night with my my computer. I have an older laptop Dell. Here he is again. Hey, Cajun, I got you on speaker. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still waiting on the internet to come back on. So,
but your power's still gone, right?
my what?
Your power?
You need my electricity?
Yes, sir.
That's on. No, if I lose power, I don't have internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and if I don't get it back in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna call Spectrum and see if they have an outage in our area, because that does happen.
Yeah.
Every now and then, it's not often, but it does happen that something goes wrong with the internet. That's on their part, though, not my part.
Eleanor, can you hear him?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Let me ask you this. You see, in our area, if it's too hot, our transformers blow out because of the dust, and when it rains, the dust and the rain causes it to arc, and our electrical transformers blow out, or the undergrounds, especially when they're overheated, they'll blow, and we'll get PG&E will give us alert. You know, that's our local electrical company. They'll tell us, "Oh, you'll be out of electricity and this and that." But normally, usually it's a car accident that knocks out our internet.
Okay. No, I do have electricity, but I just don't have the internet. And sometimes they, how you call that? I don't know if that's a proper phrase for it. They updating the servers or something. Or updating something in our area, you know.
Yeah, well, usually
Like
it's
I said, it's happened before.
huh.
So if I don't get it back on in the next 5 minutes, 1 Bayou time, 1 o'clock Bayou time,
1 o'clock.
which would be
In about 3
11
minutes.
your time, I'm gonna call Spectrum and from my cell phone and find out what's going on.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, if y'all get tired or whatever, I mean, y'all have the stream. Y'all
Right.
on the stream.
I was just explaining that to Eleanor right now.
Yep. Y'all on the panel and y'all keep it going. You know, do a song and a dance. Y'all talk about what y'all want to talk about. You know.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to y'all in a few minutes when it comes back on.
Okay. We'll be waiting here for you.
All right.
Puta.
Merci.
Gracias. Ed, yes, I've heard of Margaret Aurelius meditations. My high school was very academic, and one of the things that we used to do was philosophy from all. We even did world religions. We did Taoism, Confucian, Shinto. What is it? All the Arabic religions, Tibetan. Yeah, compared to religions, we did that a lot. Even American ones like the Mormons, Anglican, Episcopal, all that, and the philosophies of Socrates and all that. We did that too. All 4 years of religion. Oh my gosh, we had 8 classes a day. We didn't have 6. Oh, speaking of military, what's your first name, Eleanor?
Ken.
Ken. I don't like saying Eleanor all the time. It sounds informal.
That's all right. Don't bother me none.
Okay, cool. The patch that you see right there on my avatar,
Yes.
that's my dad's combat division.
Okay.
That's the 24th Infantry.
Very nice.
That was I put it up because I don't want people to forget the history, you know, because the 24th was absorbed until the 25th, and the 25th was in Vietnam with my cousins, so it was like a family absorption continuation, and I put it up there because he passed away in 2018 at 93. So,
okay.
And then my whole family was in the military, except for me. I missed Vietnam by a year. I signed up for the draft, and that was the closest I got to military service, other than being in Catholic school for 12 years. But I put it up there, and the people, you know, they say, "Oh, is that a Chile?" I said, "No, that's a Terror Leaf. That's the Hawaiian Division. That was the one when we started World War II at the Schofield Barracks."
Okay.
Where did Brian go? He just disappeared without even saying anything.
I'm not sure. He did too. He went on mute for a little bit, and then he was gone.
Yeah. Huh. I was thought it was kind of, people do that Well, Brian does it quite often, I think. I guess he gets tired, or he's got a dog that he really pampers. So I guess it was time for him to take care of the dog. Now, I've had Doberman Pinschers for the last 40 years. I've had 6 pairs. Oh, not 6 pairs. I've had 2 pairs and 4, so I had 6 altogether. My next neighbor just bought himself a Corso, a Dane Corso.
Yes.
Pretty little puppy. Oh my gosh. He knows I'm into dogs and training them the right way, because I used to have healers for my dad's cattle, so I used to train them all the time. Those are fun. Man, if you don't keep them busy, they go crazy.
I bet. I've got 2. I've got a female pit bull, and then I've got a male German Shepherd boxer mix.
Oh, you both females, huh?
No, the German Shepherd boxer is a male.
German Shepherd boxer. That's a combination.
Yep. My brother, he got him one day. He traded a helmet for a motorcycle for this dog.
Really?
And then he couldn't keep him where he was at because he already had another dog that was older, and it was his first dog. So for me, dogs are part of the family. They're not just pets.
Yeah.
So when he was saying he was going to have to get rid of him, I was like, well, bring him over to my house and we'll keep him over here until you can find somebody. And then once he left him, I said, look, I'm renaming the dog and it's ours now. And he's been with me for 7.5 years now.
And see, for me, dogs are tools, because I've always had them for, either to keep the coyotes away, or running up cattle. It wasn't a big cattle ranch. It was just easier to have a dog, run after the animals than us.
Yes. And here in North Carolina, hunting with dogs is real big. Like they'll take out a pack of 30 to 40 dogs and turn them loose for deer, bear, and raccoons all in this area. And every time the state brings up the idea of no longer being allowed to run dogs, you should see the mess that they raise over it. Like it is, hunting dogs are a way of life around here.
Well, we have hunting dogs here for feral pigs. We have a lot of feral pigs up in the foothills, and they're tearing up the ground. They dig all over the place. I know in Texas, where my wife's cousins are at, they go hog with animals, and they don't care. All they do is carry is a knife, and that's all they do. And then dogs.
Yep. So my wife's family is actually from San Antonio. So I've like my brother-in-law, he can just go out in his backyard pretty much whenever he wants to, sit around at certain times, and he can shoot pigs off his back porch.
Oh, geez.
That's how rampant and wild they are there. Here where I'm at in North Carolina, they haven't quite made it to where I'm at, but they're pushing this way. There's a couple of counties over, they've got pig problems and stuff like that.
I know my brother in Hawaii, my brother-in-law, they have a big pig problem in Hawaii too. But it's not like Texas. Texas, you can shoot as many as you want.
Yep, they're a nuisance animal.
Yeah. Here we're having too many coyotes in my area.
See, we've got coyotes here as well. I've got a hunting lease that I belong to. It's me and 2 other guys. We basically lease 100 acres from a paper milling company, and we've got coyotes on the property. But like I said, we don't have the hogs yet. But I would say within the next 5 years, we'll have hogs on our property as well.
Cool. I know a friend of mine owns 200 acres up here in the mountains. Well, actually, he doesn't own them. He leases them for his cattle. And he owns a pest control company here in town. And he invited me to go up there one time to go boar hunting. I said, well, what do you hunt boar with? Is bow and arrow? I said, no, I'm not good with bow and arrow. Unless you give me a rifle or a shotgun, no way. So he went up there and came back down with 7 of them. And the good size ones too.
And see, I know a lot of people don't want them in this area, but I would, because One, I like to hunt. It gives me something to do on the off seasons. And two, I hunt to feed my family. It's not that I have to, but I enjoy doing it. You know, everybody's on this GMO free, gluten free, all natural diet. That you want meat that's like that, go hunting. Because literally, I mean, we don't bait or anything like that. So all the deer and the squirrel and the ducks and stuff like that we eat, it's all naturally grown and produced. So I'll fill the freezer with pork too if it comes over this way.
As a matter of fact, when you said about that, the GMO free, when I was a kid growing up, we grew everything because we didn't go to the store very often, and we lived on a ranch, so everything was grown. My parents had tomatoes and peppers and squash and you name it, pumpkins, watermelon, cantaloupes. Basically the trees are still there. I haven't gardened since mom and dad have been gone, but they've got fruit trees like galore there. They have oranges and pecans and pomegranates, and I mean that was their style because they grew up during the Depression, and because they grew everything naturally, they didn't even put pesticides. They didn't use any hormones for the animals. And every time we did a hog, my dad would say, it's time to clean them out. And we'd do that a month before. We'd just feed them nothing but grain. And by the time they were ready to be harvested, they were clean. The meat was tastier. Even now, my wife, we have a few tomato plants in the back. And as I pull the tomatoes, they taste different than buying from the store. And I don't put any pesticide.
Absolutely, they do.
So, being the old ways, like my dad, grew up with, and he taught us to do. My daughter is even doing it on her own. I mean, she remembered because she grew up with my mom and dad when my wife and I were both working. My grandparents were our babysitters, so they were taught traditional values, the old ways. And now she's growing her own vegetables and back.
Yep. So we have a very small garden. We have tomatoes. This year we did banana peppers and bell peppers. And then we have zucchini, squash, and cucumbers. So this year, the squash and zucchini, the first run was really good, and then it just stopped and died off. But the peppers, I had more peppers than what I knew what to do with. And I mean, I was giving them away as fast as I could get them picked off from the plant. And the next day it would be right back again. And I'm pulling stuff off. And I mean, I probably gave 8 or 9 different groups of bell peppers and banana peppers to different people.
And that's what I remember as a kid, because when we went to visit my mom's sisters or my dad's brothers and sisters, they would take whatever they had extra and they would share them with them. And then they would grow something different than we did. And then they would trade. And we would come back almost about the same amount of stuff we gave them that we took back with us. And then every other Saturday, my dad would go to my cousin's house and we'd do either a goat, a pig, a cow, whatever. And everything was split up, or not just one, it'd be multiple animals. But I remember that as a kid because we would share a lot of the stuff. And we went to the store for basic stuff like maybe tools, maybe bolts, whatever materials you couldn't manufacture on your own. But that was fun. I mean, I still think that it should be that way.
Yeah, and see, I think stuff like that should be taught in like elementary school. When you've got younger kids, learning stuff like that, I think is a good foundation. I mean, you're a teacher, so you would know better than I would. But like, I'm talking about like 1st through 3rd grade, stuff like that, like how to clean and grow your own food and just basic life skills that I think are a good foundation before you roll right into algebra and stuff like that.
Well, it's just like when I was a Boy Scout, we went with the Marine Corps in 29 Palms for a survival. I was trying to get my survival badge. And we went down there and they would, I knew some of the stuff that they didn't know about because we would eat, like verdolaga. It's a Spanish word for desert lettuce. And we used to we used to go on the street corners, and we'd find it in backyards or in alleyways. We'd pick them and take them home and make a salad out of it. And I learned that when I was a kid, and stuff that for burns like that. My mom had her recipes and her remedies, and I even taught my kids to do some things that they said, "Nah, don't work," and when they try it out, it does work.
Yep.
Which is good because if the supplies of food goes out, I don't have no problem, going out and finding how to fish something without a hook, make a hook, or catching rabbits, or like around here in our area, we have a lot of pheasants and quails that are wild. Not as much as they used to be, but we used to have a lot of California quail, so we used to make squab a lot of it. Ed, what's happening is that Cajun's channel got cut off because his internet service went out. He's not sure what the problem is, but he has electricity, so his power's on, but he has no internet connection. I don't know if Ed heard that.
Yeah, he basically just asked us to keep it going until he could try to figure it out and made a decision on what to do.
So, Ken, how much time do you spend in the military?
I spent 8 years active duty.
Are you still in reserve?
No, nope. I did my 8 years and then I got out. Long story short, I got in trouble for disciplining somebody who got in trouble.
Oh.
So I left with a bad taste in my mouth. Embarrassed quite a few higher ups in my chain of command. So I got out. A guy was late coming back from vacation. He overslept. And I told him, buy an alarm clock, take a picture of it, and send it to me. This was back in 2011 when the commandant said, stop all hazing, which hazing is kind of like, if you don't know, it's kind of like with sororities, they're like initiation process and stuff like that, where they really belittle them and stuff like that. Well, this kid cried about it and said that because I made him take a picture of it and send it to him, he didn't feel like an adult, a grown man, and he was belittled. And my lieutenant colonel, which is an 05, so he's the 5th rank up from the bottom, he was using it to get promoted to the next rank. And it just left a really bad taste in my mouth. And I ended up getting out. And I was very bitter with the Marine Corps for 2 or 3 years after I got out. Because had I have stayed in, I would be 2 years away from retirement.
Wow.
And that was my plan. So I did my 8, got out, and I stayed in the area because this is where my daughter's at.
So you were enlisted?
Yes, I was.
My dad never wanted, he always talked about that. He never wanted to go any higher than private.
So, yep, I was a sergeant when I got out.
I think my uncle, he retained the highest rank. He was in Korea and in Vietnam. His last assignment was he was crew chief for F Force, the old established Vietnam jet, the one with the flip wings.
Yep, and he was in the Army, correct?
No, my uncle was in the Air Force. My dad was in the Army.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, my dad's other brother was in the same Philippine campaign when it's the next island up, and they kept on hopping until my dad got hurt in the war.
All right.
As a matter of fact, I think I'm not sure, but I'm trying to remember if my uncle was a military police in the Army too. I don't think he did a lot of guard duties, put it that way. He never did combat.
Okay. Yep. So I had a total of 5 deployments, 3 of which were with a MU. So they weren't combat related or anything. They were humanitarian missions. And then I had 2 combat deployments to Afghanistan.
My son-in-law spent 8 years as a Navy corpsman, and he was in Iraq and Afghanistan for 6 years.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, well, he was what do they call it? Special need or necessity or some? What did they call it? He couldn't get out of it because of his specialty.
Yes,
He had a hard time.
Especially when it first kicked off. The corpsmen were definitely needed.
Yeah. Yeah, he came back with 90% disability.
That's what I'm sitting at right now.
Yeah, he hasn't talked much. He's got some issues with the military. Not the military, I should say the action that he saw.
I was the same way for a long time, and then I learned that talking to especially people that had been there and been through what I did helped out a lot. Definitely turned my life around, learning that it was okay to talk to people. Now, like a lot of people that don't know or weren't ever in the military, I don't mind talking about stuff, but I don't go too into depth with things.
Right. Well, I kind of know a little bit of that because I've had 16 cousins that went from Korea to Vietnam, and I have a few. I have a lot of students that are now in the military that they still come by, and if they start talking about it, I just listen. I don't say nothing.
So it's one of those things where it helped out a lot because I was really bad off with the drinking and stuff like that, and I woke up one day. I don't know what it was, what snapped me out of it, but I woke up. I don't drink, but maybe.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Get away from the computer a little bit.
Okay.
Where I can hear you.
All right. So what's up?
Okay, I called Spectrum and they said they're doing maintenance.
Oh,
over here. And he could not give me a time frame. He said,
I'm gonna have to tell you something.
Or till 5 in the morning.
5 in the morning?
No, he told me 5 minutes or until 5 in the morning or something.
Oh, okay.
He said he's doing maintenance in our area. I've had that happen before.
Uh-huh.
You know, but it didn't last longer than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, here's another thing too. How come they didn't give you a warning?
They don't.
You know, I've had.
They just think people are in bed.
Uh-huh.
At 1 in the morning. You know.
Well, I've had maintenance done in my area, and I have Comcast. I don't know if that's the same thing as Spectrum because I know a lot of companies own each other. But I've never had. I've had maintenance, and they haven't told me, but I've never lost my communication or my connection with the internet when they do that.
Yep, they do that, and it's happened before. Like I said, it's happened 4 or 5 times since I've had Spectrum. But usually it doesn't last longer than 30 minutes. You know, but they're not going to tell you that. Hey, you'll have internet back in 30 minutes or an hour. They have to go by what the computer tells them, and tells them to say to the customer. Okay.
Well, Ed came here looking for you and said, "What's going on with the channel?" And I told him, "I don't know if Ed's still there. Ed, are you still there in the chat?" Yeah, no, he doesn't. I mean, he's not on the panel. He's probably gone by now.
Wait, you know what? I just seen an extra light come up on my modem.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, well, no, it went away.
Well, it may flicker in and out.
I didn't have, I had 1 light, 2, now I got a 3rd light, so it's getting close.
Okay.
It's getting close. So, if nothing happens in the next 30 minutes,
okay.
hey, look, y'all can talk about whatever you want, whatever y'all want, like I said earlier.
Oh, we went through some topics already. We went through hog hunting and dog hunting, all that.
Yeah, in 30 minutes, if I'm not back on, if y'all want to, I mean, y'all can stay on as long as y'all want. Like I said, the stream's still running.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll discuss it with Ken. I just found out his name right now.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. I think we're fixing to get it. I see another light came on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm back in 5 minutes. And about 5, everything's resetting now. All right, good. I think I'll be on in the next 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll be waiting for you there.
Sounds good.
There we go. Now I'm getting all my lights up. I can tell because they got like 1 light blinking and 2 lights blinking and 1 stays still. I'll explain that when I get back.
Okay. We'll wait for you.
All right. Yep.
All right.
See you there in a minute.
Bucha.
Merci, Lou. Merci.
Oh, that's good. But normally, when even my Comcast internet, mine is Xfinity. I'm sorry, Xfinity. They usually just say, "Hey, we're going through maintenance. You may have a little disconnection, but you should be able to continue on." But that's odd.
Yeah, because he has Spectrum just like I do.
Yeah, Spectrum is a bigger company back east than it is here in California. But anyways, he says that everything's lights are coming up, so I guess he's going to be here in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Oh, Ed said good night, guys. All right, good. He's in Chicago.
Take care, Ed.
Ed helped me out yesterday with my granddaughter, who's 2 years old. Man, I don't know how she does it, but she knocked my computer way out. I couldn't log on. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it started, and Ed helped me. He's a IT guy. Engineer.
Yes, I actually a lot of you guys I've just kind of come in contact with, and Ed was one of them. I enjoy his channel and I enjoy his personality a lot.
Yeah, he found out that I spoke Spanish and he wanted to know if I mean, the way he said it didn't sound like he knew I was a Mexican American, and he goes, and then I started noticing that I could speak some Spanish, and all of a sudden he's throwing all these terms, and I throw them back at him. But I'm old school, so my mom's from Mexico, but my family's been in the United States since 1860 something. What my great great grandfather's buried here in town, and his son, and my dad's father, and we've been around here for a long time. My mom's the only one from Mexico.
So who's still left in the chat panel?
Okay.
I see Vintage Soul is here.
David Carlisle, 710.
And Ed just left.
Clay, are you still here, Clay? Maybe David Carlisle's still here.
I'll say y'all are some troopers for sticking out in the panel down there, the chat section.
Here he is.
Here he is. He's back.
There you go.
What's up? All right, man.
Oh, Dave's not here, man.
No.
He's not here, man. Yeah, well, probably for real, he's not here.
The one thing what Ken was saying about, people sticking around, for us even to be, talking to all this stuff. That's one thing about the coin community. I noticed that a lot of people have other interests, and that makes it just as cool.
Right.
And when it gets down and dirty with the coins, it gets pretty heavy. But every once in a while, we have some conversations about other things that interest me, and that's why I keep coming back with Cajun. Or I got other time we went to other like small engines or racing or electronics, or it could be almost anything. And that's what I like about the community, because they have more interests that I didn't realize.
And it's funny because there's a couple of small engine channels that I watch like religiously. I'm very, very big and interactive with them. They have ladies that crochet come up on their panels, and they'll go over on the crochet panels as well. Yeah. And I mean, it's crazy how they mesh so well. and they talk about all sorts of random stuff on these live feeds. And that's what I was saying earlier. In Mater's, I believe, was that
He's another guy I follow too. Mater's and people from Canada and people in England, and I met people all over the United States and all over the world.
Have you seen Mater's wife? She's a crocheter.
Yes.
Okay. And then Shell is a friend of theirs.
And Shell is about an hour and a half away from me here in North Carolina, and we didn't know that until we were talking one night.
And I met Shell through, I think it was Mater, if I'm not mistaken, Mater. And I'm into electronics also. And Shell does a group, it's autistic. The autistics that's into the robotics. Robot,
you see, the other day I picked
servo drivers and all that, robotics, building actual moving stuff, and I still got to wait on some of this stuff. I got to pop my chat out. Because that internet just got back up. But yeah, and Missy, she's in a crochet. She's been doing that since she was a kid. And Shell and Crystal, Mater's wife, they all like each other's crochet. Put it that way. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because my computer's trying to catch up from that internet being down. They had what they call maintenance going on in my area.
As a matter of fact, one time Cajun helped me out with one of my TVs, 55-inch plasma TV, and I used to work at a video audio store where I used to put like 5.1, 7.1 surround sound. People would ask for old-fashioned quad sound, or I put together a home theater sound. So I have a lot of different interests, and that's what I like about the internet. But I shouldn't say YouTube, because everybody has different interests, and when it comes up, I have a little, knowledge about that stuff.
Oh, because they were talking about crocheting. A lot of people in different communities have wives that crochet. And I'm like, pointing to you, Missy.
Have you seen Riverdale lately, Cajun?
Rivendell?
Yeah.
Coins and Antiques. Yeah, my French speaking buddy. Yeah. In fact, I was live with him on his panel a while back.
Yeah, he's a teacher too, and then we were talking about different systems out there. But he has some nice stuff over there. He was telling me about.
Oh boy. Hold on a sec here. I don't know why I can't pop out my chat.
I'm gonna step outside and smoke a cigarette real quick, guys. I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay,
not a problem.
Boo, how do you do? How you do? Which Boo? Me or Cajun? David Carlisle.
Probably me. Oh, wow. Why? Oh, I'm on something else here. Okay. Man, Mom. Oh, I know what's wrong. Okay.
Oh, Darren's live. Oh, he's at a karaoke bar. Oh, he's at a pub.
Dimebag Darren Elope?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's karaoke night.
Now I can get my chat popped out.
Oh, I know. Before you got here, I think at 11:22, Ed said good night. I guess he called it a night.
Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Um, top chat, live chat. I know I missed a lot. Hey, Vintage Soul is still here.
Yeah, David Carlisle, 710.
710. Yeah.
I don't know if Clay's still here.
David Carlisle said, Cajun, you frozen.
Just picking vintage.
I'm picking up the chat from where before the internet went out. What's that been? 20 minutes?
Let's see.
About.
That says 11:38, and that was almost an hour ago. Cajun says David Carlisle says, Cajun, you're frozen. That's why you started losing your connection.
Oh, okay.
So around 10:38.
Yeah, I'll have a different time than you got. 12.
Should be 12:38.
Yeah, 12:38 my time. Then it's old piece with a spade. You know, one of them electrical spades. You know, crimp on electrical spade that put onto a.
I thought it was a piece.
To me, it looks like electrical spade.
Well, yeah, it does, but I think it's a peace sign because there's a thumb going across it.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah, I see that now.
Right, vintage.
Boom. Let me see. 12.
Oh, that means no. That means the horns. Right, vintage.
Okay,
peace sign would be 2 fingers close.
Yeah, almost an hour I was gone.
Yeah.
They said when I called Spectrum, they said if you don't have it by 8 in the morning, give us a call.
And tell them to give you credit for those hours not connected.
Yeah, and possible. Well, they probably wouldn't believe it, but I say possible super chats. Money in my super chats and all that. Yeah, because I don't know if they would check on that because I'm not monetized yet again on this channel, but I will be in a couple of months.
I don't know if I want to get monetized. It seems to be too much expectations and too much hassle sometimes.
It's not. It just depends on what kind of monetization you want.
There's a difference.
Yeah. If you want the memberships, okay, like Brandon's doing right now, and like Rob Finds Treasure and all that. He's got 100,000 subs or something. Yeah, well, when you get 1,000 members or 2,000 members that pay you $2 a month or whatever, yeah, that's well worth it, But there's a lot of people that say, Cajun, if you go to members, do membership things, and you do a giveaway just for members, I'm leaving your channel. I think that was Clay 37 that told me that a while back, which I don't plan on doing members.
Yeah.
Membership thing. But I do super chat. If anybody wants to donate on super chat, like on my Cajun going on it, that's fine and dandy. Because they told me I'd rather give you $20 or $30 a month in super chat than giving you $2 a month in a membership, and then you having member only auctions or giveaways. So that's why I don't do members.
I'm back, and I agree with you. I don't do the membership thing either.
Yeah. I haven't decided to go monetize. Even after I get 1,000, I don't think I'm going to go monetize yet.
Well, they're gonna run your ads. They're gonna run ads on your channel, so you might as well go monetize. Pick up a couple of super chats. They running ads on your channel. Might as well get the money for it. You know, and it's not that much on ads. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not that much.
There was one channel I saw. This guy says he has 13 million views, and he shows how much money he made on 13 million views.
Okay, that's a different story.
He made $58,000 from what his video says.
Yeah, but that's a different story. That's a big channel with a lot of views, and also he is getting that ad revenue. When, like, I have almost 1,000 right here on this channel. I've got 1,600 on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel, something like that, 15, 1,600, getting close to 16. And my ad revenue on that doesn't run but maybe $5, $6 a month. You know, they don't give you that much for ad revenue. Brandon was telling me the other day, he got monetized, and he's been monetized for 5 days, and he had $15 in ad revenue. I'm like, no, Brandon, sorry. That's with your super chat. You know, because he picked up a couple of super chats, and then you divide that about in half, or you get 60% of it. So he'll find out, you know, in the long run, how much ad revenue he gets. Because you can go in your analytics, in your studio, and your analytics, and your monetization revenue part, and it'll tell you what you get for your ads. But if Brandon had $15 or whatever in ad revenue in a week, I don't know what he's doing. You know, I don't know what he's doing right, or how many people have been clicking on them videos, because channels with 5,000 subscribers don't even get that much in a week.
And see, it just depends if he has one really good video. Like for mine, I'm looking at my analytics right now. In the last 28 days, because of that very first video that's got 604,000 views, in the last 28 days, I've had 71.6 thousand views.
Wow.
So once the monetization actually hits, that video is where I'm going to pull a lot of revenue from.
Yeah, the ad revenue?
Yes.
Okay, and how much you think that's going to be?
I have no clue. I couldn't even begin to tell you. But like I was saying, you know, they're running ads on my videos anyhow, so I might as well get a little bit off from it. That way I can take it and put it back into the channel. You know, I plan on buying a really nice GoPro, a really nice camera, to finish off that type of stuff. And I want to continue to make the money back into the channel to where I can go to Harbor Freight, buy a new Predator motor for $140, and then completely take it apart, take a Dremel to it to try to do different things to it.
There you go.
Learning how to port and polish the heads and stuff like that to then put it back into the channel. And my end goal, I was talking with my wife about it last night. My end goal by December 31st of 2021 is to be sitting at 5,000 subscribers. I want to eventually get it to where I can build a shed in the backyard to where I can make videos in, where I can pull a go-kart in up on like that new style lift that Brandon got, and make 5 videos of tearing something apart and putting it back together in that area. So that's why I ultimately made the decision to go monetize, to help build the channel up. Because when I started this channel, the LNR, the L stands for the first letter of my stepson's last names. The N is kind of like an N or an and then the R is the first letter of my last name. So that's where that came from. And when I first started it, I started it so my stepson's grandparents and family in Texas could have a video format that they could watch the kids on.
Mhm.
Well, I'm watching your go-karts for Christmas, the one for 605,000 video.
Yes.
The kids were kind of confused when they first opened the box. It kind of looked like they're saying, "What is that?" They all
Yep.
got helmets, huh?
Yep. And see, my daughter was mostly confused about it because
Yeah.
she flipped a four-wheeler and she's not very big on the go-karts because it doesn't have the roll cage and the seat belt and stuff. So the cart that she has now, the one she got in that video, we actually built. And when I built it, I built an actual Honda motor, a GX 160. And that thing was stupid fast. I mean, like dangerous fast. So I ended up selling it to somebody who had some older boys. And I told him, I said, look, I'm going to drive this thing around so you can see what it can do. And the guy knew what he was getting into when I sold it to him. And I bought her, there's another video in there, a Roquetta go-kart for $75. It has an actual roll cage and a seat belt and stuff like that in it. So she's a little more apt to ride it.
Now, the initials of those that you have on the go-karts, those initials of your kids' first name?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So Damien, Trent, and Michaela.
And then the box with the engine in front hasn't been installed yet.
We have built that motor, but unfortunately, when I got into it, I didn't know as much as I should have. And when we built it, we didn't buy everything that we needed. So I need to get, for his motor, we need to get a different flywheel, because the way we built it right now, if he's riding it and he rides it a little hard, it could actually blow up and send parts shooting out of the block.
Yeah.
So
That's
like
why you
Joey's
want.
doing.
That's why you want a racing flywheel. You know,
Yep.
or a billet flywheel.
And a lot of that stuff I didn't know about. And a billet flywheel, they start at about $100 and go up from there. And
I think so. Yeah.
to be honest, with us trying to move into a new house and stuff like that, I don't have the extra funds to finish that type of stuff.
Right.
Well,
What kind of motor is that on?
It's one of the Predator motors.
Okay, like a 212 or
Yes, sir, 212. And so since it's a Predator, the clone, the casting for the blocks and stuff aren't nearly as strong as the Hondas, so they're more prone to blowing up.
Is that from Harbor Freight?
correct.
Yes, it is from Harbor Freight.
Yeah, we finally got one in town. We're a small town, and we finally got one in Harbor Freight. And I'm always in there trying to get parts. I mean, tools so I can work on my cars.
Yeah, they're about $110, I think. I see one here, Predator 212 Speedway billet flywheel, non-Hemi 110.
Hey, Ken, are the kids good drivers, or are they still learning?
It depends on what day it is. There's days where, so Trent is our middle kid. He's my youngest stepson, but between the three kids, he's the middle one. He is a daredevil in it. So that Roquetta go-kart that I got my daughter, it's got one of the Mikuni style carburetors on it, on like a GY6 style motor. When I assembled that carburetor after cleaning it for the first time, I didn't realize there was a groove and there's a little notch. If you don't line that groove and notch up when you reassemble that carburetor, it is on full acceleration. And that thing took off, and he held on for dear life, drove around the house, and then ended up hitting the ditch, flipped the go-kart, and caught part of it on fire.
Ooh.
So he also got on the mini bike one time and was trying to do a bunch of tricks and stunts and stuff. And in my backyard, there's a tree line, and then about 5 feet off is the septic tank lid, where the concrete lid is with the two rebar handles that you pick up to get down into the septic tank.
Right.
Well, he started to go into the woods because he was trying to hit a little jump area, overcorrected, hit the septic tank, and then flipped the mini bike too. So it just depends on what day and what mood he's in as to how well he drives. Damien, the oldest, he's got a little more maturity to him, so he's fine with driving it. And then my daughter Michaela, when she drives it, she feathers the gas. I mean, very lightly touches it, moves around. There's kids in Power Wheels that can go faster than what she does sometimes.
Because the only thing that I've done that's tube like your machines are is the sand dunes here in I should say in San Francisco, here on the coast near Pismo, and those rails, man, they are something else.
Yes.
But those are big boy toys.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Boo, you're on here too, huh? Oh, he's on mute. He's got his other channel up right now.
No, what?
No, I just noticed that your other channel is up right now.
What other channel?
Boo Luquette.
That's the channel I'm on.
You're not in cages right now?
No. Boo Luquette StreamYard and Boo Luquette YouTube.
Oh, that's the first time I've been here. But it says I'm subscribed to you.
Oh, you see, you jumped in. Wait, no, you jumped in. Yeah, you jumped in on the Boo side.
I did, huh? And I didn't notice that.
Yeah, because I sent you an invite through email to jump up on the panel, and I saw you in chat, or you just came over from. Oh no, you came over from Mater's,
right?
And you came on with that. Yeah, no, you ain't gonna find me on YouTube right now, live. No,
well, I'm glad
I'm on Boo Luquette live.
It's a good thing we have each other's phone because it may be on the panel. You would have had a hard time trying to get a hold of somebody. But another thing too about this cooking channel, KG, remember I had that big old copper kettle I've got?
Yeah, you were telling us about that last night or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I took it out yesterday. I'm gonna try a hand at making deep fried pork.
Okay.
I'm gonna make chicharrones.
Okay.
See how that goes. Because that's some good eating. Well, as a matter of fact, while you were gone, Ken and I were talking about hog hunting.
You and who?
Ken. He said they have a big following on dog hunting with that and feral hogs. I was telling him about my wife's cousins in Texas. They have a big, huge hog infestation.
Oh yeah, Louisiana, Texas, just about all over wild hogs.
Have you seen those cages they use to catch them? They're round pins.
Yeah, the round pins. They get a bunch of them in there with the feed, and then there's a remote control that it can sense. There's a sensor. If they got 10 hogs in it or a mama and a litter, it'll come down automatically. You know, the gates are closed, and then
the 40 herd.
40 in a pen a cage at one time.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some good eating right there now.
Well, he had to call his friends up, and he had to take some to the. I guess they call it their
slaughterhouse.
Well, this guy had it set up where he built a shed up where he had to hoist and everything to harvest and clean with the hot water and all that stuff.
Slaughterhouse, yeah.
Yeah, he made his own slaughterhouse.
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I've got a 3-car garage, because I know if I was going to get a 1-car garage, I wouldn't be happy with it, with all the things I want to do in my garage. So
yeah,
I got to just organize it again.
I got a buddy of mine that owns a deer lease, not far from here, up north, and whoever wants to come hog hunting, come on. Bring your own rifle, bring your own ammo, and I'll turn you on to a good hog hunt.
My father-in-law, when he passed away, his wife and his sons wanted to give me his hunting rifles. It was a Winchester 30-06 and a Remington. I think it was a bolt action, single action, with a scope on it. I didn't feel right taking them. I said, "You guys should keep them as your dad's," And they said, "Well, they'll never go hunting and shoot. Most of them are police officers anyway."
Mhm. Well, hey, if you have a chance and option to get those rifles and stuff,
Oh, they said I can borrow them anytime.
huh?
They said I can borrow them anytime.
Oh, okay, yeah, good.
I had a friend of mine that was into guns big time. I did his own reloading and
Mhm.
he had a Mini 14. He had
I used to reload. The only reloaders I had was shotgun shells. I didn't have reloaders for the rifle bullets and pistol A bullets. I didn't have reloaders for that. I had what they call the what was it? I had a junior and the big one. The big one for shotgun shell. Then they had a junior. I forget the name of those. Well, I had a stroke since then.
the gauge shotgun.
Well, no, it was the reloader. The reloader.
Okay.
Yeah, you can put whatever dies you wanted on it for the 12 gauge, 10 gauge, 20 gauge, 16 gauge, 14 gauge. I had the junior and the senior. Maybe Eleanor can tell me what I had.
Reloading is one thing I never got into.
Okay.
Things that if I'm off by just a small bit that could go boom in my face, I'm not a very big fan of.
Yeah. Well, shotgun shells and not that. Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, rifle bullets are less dangerous to reload than shotgun shells.
Be right back.
In my mind. In my eyes. And I was going to say something earlier, and I forgot what it was. Somebody reminded me of something. It wasn't about the hog hunting. Oh, it's about the go-karts, mini bikes, and all that stuff. I forget what part I wanted to talk about, though. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, one question was, do you have any animal motors, Briggs?
No, I don't. So
Okay.
I've got
All right.
a Tecumseh motor that came on the Murray Kilowatt when it was built brand new. Then I've got an old Greyhound motor, which is a Predator before it was a Predator.
Right.
And then I've got a couple.
We have one. We have a Greyhound. It's a horizontal shaft, naturally. Yep. We got it on a log splitter.
Okay.
We have it on a log splitter that we used to split logs with. The original Honda engine that was on it took a dump. He loaned it out. Johnny, my buddy Johnny Best, you've probably seen him in some of my videos or heard his voice. He had a Honda engine on it, and he loaned it to a friend of ours. And I think a year and a half later, well, guess what? Needed the log splitter. They brought it back and said, "Oh, by the way, it doesn't run." Well, it had a hole in the block. No wonder it wouldn't run. So John was like, "Man, you ran this thing with no oil." "Oh, no," and all this and that and other and everything. Well, guess what? Johnny bought the Greyhound motor, and that fit on there with the not the clutch. I forgot the name of it, I done had a stroke since then. But anyway, and he was like, well, you know, Johnny never asked the guy for any money or didn't chastise him for blowing up the engine or nothing. He was like, well, when you get it fixed, you think you can loan it to me? I got a couple of cords I want to split. Johnny says, no, this log splitter stays here at my house. And that's it. If you want to split some wood, you come over here and bring your wood. It's not going anywhere anymore because that log splitter is on a trailer. But that little Greyhound, oh man, that thing runs sweet. We have an external tank on it, and it started leaking oil. So I ordered a couple of gaskets for it, and it was Honda gaskets, naturally. And it still leaked oil when we changed the gaskets because they wasn't quite right.
Yes.
So we just made a couple of gaskets. We have gasket material in the shop, in the big shop. So we made a gasket and just put one gasket on it and torqued it down right. That sucker's still running till today, and that's been 4 years now with a homemade gasket on the sump.
Yeah, so we also got a couple of Predators, and then I've got a couple of the High Sun motors that come on the Coleman mini bikes from the factory as well. So I got about 4 different brands, but they're all the 212 horizontal shaft style.
Oh, the Coleman mini bikes? I'm
Yes,
familiar with those. Yeah, I'm familiar with those. Oh, please stop it, sir. Please. I know it's respect and all that and everything, and I do it to people all the time, but, you know, thank you anyway for the respect.
Yep.
Yeah, the Coleman mini bikes. Let me see. Did Tractor Supply handle that brand?
What's that?
Tractor Supply. Don't they handle the Coleman mini bikes?
They do sell them. Walmart sold them for a little bit. There's a couple of other stores that sell them. A lot of stores very similar to Tractor Supply store that's to certain areas. Like there's a store up in the northern area called Menards. They sell them. A couple of other places like that.
Yeah. I don't know about Menards. The first time I ever found out about the Menards name was on NASCAR. Did you see Menards stickers or whatever on the race cars?
Yep.
They're a sponsor. And the only Menards that I know of is Menards Electronics over here in Lafayette, and then they had a store in, I think, in New Iberia at one time. That's the only Menards that I know of, but they deal in electronic parts, like for transistors, resistors, diodes, solder and not, solder, heat shrink tubing, all that. That's the only Menards that I know of.
Are we talking about mini bikes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. When I was a kid, there was Western Auto.
Yes.
Coast to Coast.
Yeah.
And they used to have them all the time. There was one I remember was called, something. I saved a website that names them all. Let me see if I can find it. It was the names of all the old 60s and 70s mini bikes.
Well, I got my first mini bike in 1972 or 71, and it was bought from Western Auto in my hometown of Abbeville, Louisiana. And by the way, that's where the Blob 2 was made. Remember the Blob movie with Steve McQueen?
Yes.
All right. Well, the other Blob, it wasn't Blob number 2 or nothing like that. It was just named the Blob. but it came out in the late 80s, 88, something like that. I was in that movie, The Blob. But anyway, where The Blob was in that movie, there was a Western Auto right there, but it wasn't called Western Auto. They changed all the signs. In fact, the Western Auto wasn't even there then. It was right next to the Piazza Office Supply. And that's where I got my first mini bike from. I think it was 1970 or 71. Had a 3-horse Briggs and Stratton on it. I remember it well.
There's
And
the
this thing was fast.
There's the link that I have of all the mini bikes from the 60s and 70s. I knew I saved it somewhere.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna right click on that and open the link in a new tab, and that way it won't mess with what I'm doing now.
Yep. So that store Menards that I was talking about, the first time I heard of it was on a Facebook page of some sort, and somebody posted a meme or one of the jokes, and it said, "What does a pirate say when he gets kicked in the nuts?" And the answer was Menards, and all the people from that area thought it was hilarious. And I'm like, I don't get it. What's the big point to it? And then that's when they explained to me Menards is a store in their area that's very similar to like Tractor Supply. And I was like, okay, it makes sense now.
Right. Menards.
Jeez, I remember some of these bikes.
I call them kahunas or what's the other name for a pair of balls when somebody kicks you in it? Kahuna, huevos.
Huevos. Boletas. They even got pictures from the 70s, actual photos from the 70s.
Yes, they do.
Dang.
Yeah.
I haven't seen some of these bikes in a long time.
I right clicked on that.
And like I said, I'm really starting to get into like the classic vintage style mini bikes. One of the ones I have is a chopper that it might have been on the channel once when I showed it off, but I haven't done anything with it yet. I'm kind of waiting to see. It's on the lower end of the priority list of the builds. So,
you know, I was noticing I could build some of these. It's pretty simple. It's like this one here, the one that they call the Cat mini bike. All it is a what is it? Horizontal drive.
Horizontal shaft engine. Yeah.
It's got a little cow. I mean, the frame is pretty easy.
Yeah, and like I said, that one Patriot that I'm building, I just haven't had it. I can't get any more material to it, and I did that out of square tubing, not even round tubing.
Right.
So I just took a chop saw, cut all the angles, measured out the distance that I wanted it, and I've been welding it together. That's the first project that I've actually welded, other than just scrap metal messing around. The ability to build a mini bike frame in your house, in a garage or shop, is so easy with just basic, simple tools. Like even with the round tubing, you can go to Lowe's and get one of the electrical tools that they use to bend conduit piping. And if you have a decent vise on the floor, you can actually bend the round tubing with one of those as well. You don't have to buy an electric tube bender or anything like that.
Right.
But you can get into some of those as well. And that's something that I really, really want to do, is start building mini bike frames, my own version of it, and then just selling just the frame. No motor, no wheels, nothing like that. Just the handlebar or the forks and the frame. And, you know, I can get, when I can get to the store, the company, I can get a 20-foot section of round tubing in 1 1/4 inch, and it's like $24 for it. So I can get all the material I need for $50 to $60. That's including like the welding material and I can turn around and make mini bike frames, and I can sell them for $250 plus shipping, and that's my end goal.
Sears.
Wow.
Sears
Plus
used to sell
shipping.
bikes too.
Oh, plus shipping. Oh, okay. All right. I got you. I was thinking you were including the shipping on the price. I'm like,
No,
what?
it would be the actual cost of shipping. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You
But
know
yes,
what?
Sears used to sell mini bikes as well.
You know what I like? I like either brushed stainless or brushed aluminum. The chrome, that was a thing at one time for 40 years, 50 years. Chrome was the thing. But I like brushed aluminum. And I know I have the skills and ability, like you do, Eleanor, for building either a go-kart frame or a mini bike frame. But I would build mine, like my personal one. I would build it from aluminum and then brush it. That brush feature to it,
Yes.
kind of a dull matte color. That would be awesome right there. That'd be awesome. And then
Wow,
because
here's-
you can get the 5-horse or whatever heads on the L heads. You can get that in it's I want to say polished aluminum. Not bright chrome, but like polished aluminum. Or brushed aluminum.
Yes.
'Cause I really don't like that brightness. I like that dull matte color. And then you add that with black, like a powder coat black. That's my color scheme that I like.
Okay.
But that's just my opinion. All right, 710. Appreciate you coming in, bud. As always.
Well, I've been sorry, guys. I haven't been in conversation, but I've been looking at that website. I hadn't seen it in a long, long time, and there's some bikes in there that are pretty simple. I mean, I'm saying it because I really haven't had experience, but would a frame be stronger if you kept bending the tube and then only weld it in one place?
Okay,
It depends on where you weld and bend it at, but yes, it could be.
Okay. And then putting the weld at a certain place would be also an advantage too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's one of the biggest complaints with the Coleman mini bikes, like the older ones, the CT 200U style ones, which I have 3 of. The welds are like right underneath the seat where your body weight is, so they tend to snap that much more.
So you would add more gussets or some kind of reinforcement there then?
Yep. And what I would do is if I were doing it now, I could be completely wrong because I haven't done it yet. But what I would do is where I would weld it is I would weld it right down where the motor mount is going to go, because then you've got a plate that's also reinforced it. And then you can put gussets underneath that plate to hide it and make it stronger in that area. Now, again, like I said, I could be completely wrong on that. I don't know. That's just my kind of thought process on it.
What kind of welder are you? Are you a stick welder, MIG, TIG, what?
I've got a flux core titanium 125 from Harbor Freight that I got on sale when they first came out with the coupons and stuff like that, where they could do it once a year. I think my wife paid $130 for me for Christmas one year.
Wow.
And I just use that. Now I've got a friend that in one of the first videos of building the Patriot, he goes to welding school. So he's actually a professional welder and has been doing it for years, but he's going through the school right now so he can have the certificate, because he's opening his own welding business, and it's just better business to actually have that certificate up on the wall. So he was teaching me with the MIG welder, and a MIG welder is what I'm going to end up buying next.
Yeah, I've been comparing the different models, like the Millers and Lincolns, but the price tag is kind of keeping me from buying one.
Well, that's like your Snap-on type and Craftsman type deal. Then, you know, we're getting into brand name and price like that. You know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
know,
but I
Snap-on is the
don't.
best. Craftsman is the best. Mac Tools, Matco. So that that's where you are on Lincoln's and the other one. I forgot what you said, but yeah.
Yeah, well,
So
the reason why is because if I was to buy and I was making somewhat of a hobby, doing it on a daily or weekly basis, then I would go for the higher priced item. If it was just once in a while, as long as it did good penetration and the welds were strong.
yeah. Well, you're gonna have penetration when you're welding.
Yeah.
It just depends on how you what you're welding too. If you're welding a round pipe, and you button them together, you want that V groove in there, that bevel. You want that bevel so you can build that up, and actually that weld is stronger than the actual pipe if you weld it right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
I took a semester course in welding. I know how to do assembling, cutting, lap welding, butt welding, stuff like that. But I haven't done it in a long time.
actually, you was looking at that old mini bike go kart
Website?
website. The one I had from Western Auto in 70 or 71, it was well, I know they had different colors, okay. But the one from Western Auto that I got, it was green.
Do you know the
It
brand
was
name?
green color. That the mini bike was green, and the Briggs and Stratton engine, it was a 3 or 4 horse on it. It was, and I want to say it was a 3 for some reason, or 3.5.
I'm looking at Army Awards. A Valiant.
That was a white. That engine was white.
Yeah, I think it was a 3.5 horsepower Briggs.
Yeah, it could have been a 3.5, 3 or 3.5. I have a 2 horse. Ice white Briggs, and it's from the 67 or 68. It didn't come with the shroud on it. I rescued it from the scrapyard over here in town. I'll go to the scrapyard every now and then and see what kind of lawnmowers they got and all that. And I picked up chainsaws, engines, long push mowers, what have you, from the scrapyard, and I buy it about a pound. They buy it by a pound, and they sell it by a pound. I think I pay
7 cents a pound.
9 or 10 cents a pound. I pay for it.
Oh, they make money.
Yeah, because they buying it from scrap, for scrap as dirty aluminum, and sometimes they just give me stuff. They say, "Oh, just take it," because I used to buy a lot of stuff from them. That 2 horse I got, 2 or 2.5 horse. Like I said, it didn't come with a shroud, and I think I got it down to 2 horse because of the size of the piston, and then the length of the stroke on it. But actually not. It was just the size of the piston, and I need to find a shroud for it. It runs good. No problems with it. But what I want to do, I want to put that, and that was the little engine that used to come with the edgers. Those edgers, sidewalks and stuff like that. Yeah, but this one was the Briggs and Stratton Ice white color. And if anybody wants to know the color on those white Briggs, it's ice white.
Geez, there's even an International Mini Bike Association. It's in Michigan.
Hmm.
International Mini Bike Association, P.O. Box 272 or 3105 Forest, Port Huron, Michigan 48060.
Mini bikes have a culture that is not known about, but it's like a huge underground type thing. And I've really come across it within the past year when I started buying mini bikes and started learning about them. You know, there's races and stuff. I had no idea. I've lived here since 2008 and did not know that about 30 minutes away, there's a mini bike racetrack. Had no idea. So the Baja Warrior that I bought, I'm building that. I'm going to eventually build it to race there. The guy, it's a racetrack on his own property, and he has events 3 or 4 times a year. Other than that, you come out, you sign a waiver, and it has to be notarized, but you sign a waiver that any harm or anything like that, damage done to the bike, you won't hold him responsible, and you can go out and race on his track for free anytime you want to during a certain amount of hours.
There's at the county fairgrounds here in town, down the street, we have a full quarter racetrack, and right next to it is a go-kart and mini bike. They've been here since I was a kid. I mean, they've had that racetrack there for the last 60, 70 years.
Yep.
And the kids learn on that little racetrack to go into the semi-pro circuit, which is next door. And then they have main events. I mean, we had Vukovic. I don't know if you know Formula One racing or Grand Prix, but we've had the Vukovic family here in the Valley. They started here in town racing mini karts.
And there's a place out here called Coastal Plains Speedway as well that they do that stuff. It's track karts, so it's not anything I've ever gotten into, not yet anyhow. Eventually in the future, I'd like to get one just to add to the collection. But I've known about them, but they do the same thing. They start the kids off on that before they move them up to like the stock car style races and stuff like that.
And sidecar ones.
Eleanor, are you familiar with Briggs and Stratton Junkies on Facebook?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Let me pull that up real quick. Do you go on Facebook?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
hey, kid.
I do. I've been on Facebook almost since it started. Okay.
I've got that right now. 29,000 members.
Oh, you got it. Briggs and Stratton Junkies.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. If they ask you because they're gonna have to add you, you know, the admin's gonna have to add you. They're not gonna add you automatically. Well, I don't know how it is now, but I know back then they didn't add you automatically.
Yep, you got to ask a couple of questions to get into the group.
Yeah, just okay. Like my Boo Luquette right here. Just add HOLLIS in front of Boo. HOLLIS. Hollis. Boo Luquette sent me.
On Facebook?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you want to join Briggs and Stratton Junkies, if they ask you if you had a reference,
okay,
they used to do that a few years back. Just tell them HOLLIS and then Boo Luquette sent me.
Okay. Since we're talking about Facebook groups, I actually have a Facebook group It is called Go-Karts, Mini Bikes, and everything else small engine related.
Wow.
If you want to join it, go ahead.
Really? I
Yes.
think I'm in that one already.
We have 132,000 members. I started that page.
I think I'm in that already. Hold on a minute. Let me get on Facebook. I think if that's the same one I'm talking about, I think I joined that about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's been around that long?
No,
Oh, okay.
about 2.5 years now.
Oh, okay. Well, let me let my Facebook get caught up. Since I'm live streaming, it's going to take a little while for stuff to catch up.
So I just put them in the comment section. But yeah, I started that page. Basically, the only rules are no attacking kids, nothing racial, and keep it small engine related. Other than that, you want to post a lawnmower, post a lawnmower. You want to post a weed whacker because you can't get it to start because you stored it for 2 years without properly winterizing it. Post that question up. You want to post a mini bike, go right ahead. So, I mean, that's just a page that I kind of just let everybody kind of do their own thing with very minimal rules and restrictions on them.
And chainsaw be okay?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Chainsaws. People ask about questions like that randomly, too.
I've got an old chainsaw that's a steel, but it's one of the older ones.
Actually, go ahead, ask away then.
Somebody was asking about a chainsaw the other day. It's a 2-man chainsaw, and it's got like a 6 or 7 foot blade on it. I'd never seen anything like that before. But somebody was asking if anybody knew anything about it and where they could possibly get parts from.
I've seen them because my grandfather was a lumberjack during the 30s and 40s up in the Sierras. My dad was born up in the mountains. So was his sister. And a lot of our families that live in this town came from the mountains. And I've seen them cut down trees that at the base are 40 feet at the base around.
Wow.
So I've seen those chainsaws. I just don't know where they get them. Some have to be machine brand new, and that's expensive.
Me and Johnny have a pulling with a 4-foot bar. Now this is an old pulling, okay. Everything's aluminum, except for the bar. You know, naturally that's steel. I think I got a video out on. I don't know if that particular chainsaw is in there. We're gonna put it up as a display. Oh boy, look, this guy in Briggs and Stratton Junkies. Anyone know why a Cola Command would spit, sputter, and shoot fire from the car? Checked valves and found both intake push rods that look like this. Okay, and I mean that push rod looks like that.
Well, that's not.
He said, "I've bent them back straight and still the same thing. Any other ideas? Yeah, get you some new push rods. Thank you." Man, and then Chance Hurt said, "Get rid of that junk." But it's not a Cola Courage, and I'm not putting down Courages. I like a Cola Courage, but you have to treat them right and do some maintenance on the top sump bolts. Okay, let me see here. Okay, would you say that Facebook page was?
It's on his name on the chat and the conversation channel.
Yep, go karts, mini bikes, and everything else small engine related.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna type in capital D O. Okay, and then just tell me through the spelling here.
It's in the chat section if you want to just copy it and paste it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the last comment there.
Well,
I went ahead and copied it, Ken.
What's that?
I went ahead and copied it and put it in. I got
Okay.
Facebook too. Mine's gonna be Hector's Interest in Coins.
I want to say I'm already on it. Let me see. Let me go and search Facebook. Paste that. Enter. See what Facebook gives me there. Okay, who's Alan Williams? Or should I have not said that? Hello? Oh,
Ken might
Francis. I
be
was wondering if I knocked myself off here.
I'm sorry, I had the mute button. So I'm not sure who that guy is.
Okay, well, I see Alan Williams to go-karts, mini bikes, and everything else small engine related. July 12th. My son on an old Honda 50 my father bought me when I was 4 years old decided to do a burnout contest and walked away first place with a ton of love. All right, we got 41 comments on that thing. Okay, click on that right there. Join group. All right. It said something about this group may share something or whatever. And then it wanted to know if. Okay, what you got? You got a green and yellow frame, like an old.
Yep, it's got the tracks on the back of it.
Yeah,
That's actually
correct.
that's a build that one of the members built on the page.
Okay,
And
that
it's
looks
got a
like an
predator
old.
motor in it.
That looks like an old Murray frame.
Yep. Yeah. So he built that and he posted it on there. And when I did a cover photo contest, that picture had the most likes. So that's why it's up there. But yep, that's the right one.
Gotcha. All right. Then some interesting stuff on there. All right, I'm just gonna make a comment. A public post, and I'm gonna say, hello, everybody. Should I put Eleanor Rides sent me?
Sure, that'll work.
Okay. Eleanor sent me, and let me think of something. Will be or participating. and recruit every night. All right.
710 said to block you, you're a troll.
710. Yeah. He's our local comedian. Him, 710, and Hidden Numismatist, and David Carlisle. They all are our comedians. And there's another one that's our comedians in the YouTube community.
Well, I just approved you to the group.
Oh, okay. Merci. Merci. Merci bien. A David Bradley chainsaw. Remember the David Bradley mowers? David Bradley mowers. Riding mowers. And actually I think they that was the garden tractors.
My dad's got something. I can't think of the name of it. It's a little garden tractor, very small one that had a Briggs. I want to say it was a Briggs motor originally on it. And my mom ended up buying. They were at a friend's house one time, and he saw it, and he was like, "That seems cool. If you ever get rid of it, let me know." Well, the guy ended up wanting to get rid of it, so my mom went over. And she paid him, I want to say like $400 for this thing. And the cheapest one I could find on eBay was selling for about $1,700. So, of course, everything's locked up on it. It wouldn't move. So I was struggling to get that dang thing onto the trailer to get it over to my dad's house. But one day he's going to start working on that as well.
Okay, was that a David Bradley?
No, it was not. It was a red and yellow colored garden tractor.
Okay, David Bradley made their garden tractors, and they made them for Fort Sears and Roebuck. We might be talking about the same animal.
Now, this was made in, I want to say Pennsylvania, maybe.
Okay. I'm going to have to do some more info look up on that, and I'll probably forget it. I probably will forget. But David Bradley had those lawn garden tractors, and they were adaptable too for different implements. And I forget who the heck told me about that. Let me look that up real quick. David Bradley.
Oh, what was the name of that thing?
And that came up automatically. David Bradley tractor. That's it right there. Yeah, green. Yeah, red and green. Somebody was asking me about that. And what it was, you rode on the rear of it, or it was, it was like the, okay, can y'all see me what I'm doing right here with my hands?
Yes.
You had the handlebars coming out the back of it, and then you rode on the back. You rode on the back of it on a seat. And then they had the David Bradleys that were, let's see if I can share this here in a minute. And they made those for Sears for a long time. Let me share this real quick. See if it's the same thing you might be talking about. All right. Okay, look, Lisa. Lucas Laverne. I know Lucas Laverne. That's Kermit's boy. Or that's Kermit Laverne. The one that owns the junkyard in Mammoth. Yeah, he was a cop too. Yeah, that's Kermit's boy. Or nephew. One of them. That'll work. Okay, let me do this right here. Share. All right, I want to see what y'all can see. All right, I want to get this bigger. All right, did it look like this?
No.
Right here, where my arrow's at, or did it look like this one?
It didn't look like either of those two.
Oh, okay. Because that's the David Bradleys right there. And those were the old. Oh, well, you can tell how old it is, you know, by seeing all the old pics and stuff.
It was like 40s.
Yeah. If not before.
Because my dad used to have one like that. Not exactly like that one, but in that form.
Okay. Yeah. Look, man, those were the workhorse of Gordon way back when. And you can put all kind of different tools on it, you know. Like, check this guy out. You know, that was like, say, the Troy-Bilt probably got there for their workhorses, their horse, Troy-Bilt horse, and their ponies. They got their idea from this right here. And then this one here, David Bradley, and that was a Gordon tractor too.
See, the one my dad has, it looks like the back side of that where you sit on, but the front side looks like an older John Deere or a Sears tractor.
Okay, well, David Bradley made them for Sears. They did. They made them for Sears. If you can find the model number, the first three, see this one right here, that yellow one, with that snow plow in the front of it?
Yep.
Okay. And then let's see. That's a triac right there. And then there's that one. I'm just skimming through a couple of photos so to like knock your memory up or whatever. Yeah, them things were awesome back then. I wish I could find one. I'd rather have something with a cab on it with air conditioning.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll grow an acre of okra, 5 acres of onions, 5 acres of garlic, and I shall retire. But when you spend $15,000 on a tractor, you have to have some land available for that tractor to work.
Yes, absolutely.
And yeah, I can make money on planting onions and garlic. I sure can.
Shoot, I know
And
guys.
okra.
I know guys here in town that only have 5 acres and they can make a living off of it, just doing what they call truck farming.
Yeah, That's it. Yeah, we call them a truck patch down here. Oh, David Carlisle. Caden, can you find the chainsaw? Which one? A David Bradley chainsaw? With a 5-speed transmission? Oh, come on, David. Let me do something. A David Bradley chainsaw.
Hey, Ken. There was 4 go-karts, and 3 of them had initials for your kids. What was the one on the 4th at the very end? I think it was gray.
I'm sorry, what was that? I stepped away for a second.
Oh, no, I was just asking about the very first one that didn't have a letter on the go-kart, the one on the far end on the left.
Yes, the Murray Kilowatt.
Is that yours, or is it another?
It is. So, funny story. When we started looking for them for Christmas, that gray one was the very first one we bought. And we were just going to give them one. And I couldn't do it. I ended up buying them each their own, and I kept that one for me.
Oh, cool.
Okay, I do see a David Bradley chainsaw, and it's a Sears. They made them for Sears, just like the garden tractors. Okay, I see them. Sure do. Sure do. And they look just like the old Poolins. They look just like the old Poolins.
I'm trying to see if I have a picture on my phone of the one that I took of my dad's.
Yeah, 647D chainsaw, Sears Roebuck, 18-inch roller tip bar, fires up for sale. $99.99. $50 shipping. Yep. I knew I saw that name somewhere else too. Okay, let me get away from here. Let me share my screen on this to show what David Carlisle was talking about. From time chainsaw share. Okay, let me get back in StreamYard. Let me make this bigger. Oh, it was bigger. Okay. And
Yep, I don't have it anymore.
$99 and $50 shipping. Actually, yeah, like I said, it looks like the Poolin, but it also looks like the old home light saws too. Let's see if I can. Because they had one that had a 4-foot bar earlier, I saw. I might have got that mistaken with that 24-inch. Images. Look at that double right there. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Yeah, that double. Geez, Monetti. Oh, arborist site. I think I'm an administrator on that one. On that forum, arborist forum, I think I'm an administrator on that one. Look at the clutch on that thing. The gearbox on that. All right. Thank you, David, for them memories right there.
SpeedX. That's the name of the tractor that has.
Name of what?
SpeedX.
And what is it for?
It's the garden tractor.
Oh, okay. Speed X.
Yep.
Huh. But it did resemble the kind of what I was showing, or no?
Yep.
Okay. I wonder if David Bradley didn't make that too, or was affiliated with that company.
I'm not sure.
Share the screen with what you got.
I don't know how to do that.
You're on a laptop?
I'm pulling it up now.
Okay. You can share the screen if you're on a laptop or whatever. You can straight below on the bottom, share.
Uh-huh.
And then, click that share, and then they'll say share screen. Then they'll ask you where you want to go on your site. And then you click the one where you have it at, and it'll bring it up. There it is.
Yep, that one right there.
Yeah. Okay, let me make that bigger. Oh, that's it. That's the biggest I can get it. And that's a Speed X.
Yes, sir. That's the one. Like I said, it's got the old. It's either a Briggs or like a Kohler motor in there.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. David Bradley's did have that on theirs too, and there was another one, another company that had that. That's an 8-horse right there, if I'm not mistaken. On that one.
Yep. So that's the Briggs.
Yeah, I've seen those before. Yeah, those are. Oh man, those are awesome. Those are awesome. We had a chat about that a while back, me and somebody else, on that, and I was on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel, if I'm not mistaken. I was live, and somebody had showed that.
Yep. So I'm looking at an older one on eBay for sale. They're saying $1,500 for it. Yep. So that's something that he has going on at his house. Like I say, he hasn't actually started working on it yet. With all the stuff that he's finally retired. So my dad retired from the Marine Corps after 21 years. Then he did 15 years with the police department in Virginia, retired from them. And then he worked at a state prison that I used to work at. And he finally he's been fully retired since the beginning of this year. He quit that job. So that's one of the projects that he's going to start working on.
My wife just retired from the prison system.
It's a interesting job.
Yeah, I didn't work in it, but I did go through background check, and I was ready to sign up for the academy. It was going to be 6 weeks over here, and I decided to go into teaching instead.
I'm vested in it, so I can't leave now. I'm a supervisor for the sheriff's office at the local jail.
What do you get? 10 years, 5 years vested starting, and then you can get up to 20.
Yes. So I'm working on 6 years now with both the state prison time and working for the sheriff's office. And like I said, I'm a supervisor. I'm most likely going to get promoted again here soon. So it's just one of those things where it's one of the better paying jobs in this area, and it's constant work. I'll never get laid off.
Well, I know because you guys do the what is it? High priority. They call it something over here in California. High priority personnel.
Yep. So we essential personnel here on the East Coast, but same thing.
Essential, yeah.
Yeah, my wife worked at a women's prison, and it was 5,000 inmates. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't call them inmates anymore.
Offenders.
Yeah,
Yep.
they don't call them inmates or prisoners anymore
Because it's considered derogatory.
Right.
What would they call them?
Offenders.
Yes, or they call them. Or they call them clientele.
Oh boy. Oh, no, I'll tell you later, baby.
Yep, I still refer to them as inmates at my jail. The colonel and the sheriff get on me about it all the time, but I told them they've got one of two options: either fire me or deal with it. And I'm too valuable to them to be fired. So,
well, in this area, what happened was right across the street is another women's prison, another 5,000 inmates. So we have the two largest facilities for female incarceration.
okay.
What they call them now?
Offenders or clientele at some facilities.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Or processees as they come in.
Yes.
Yeah, my wife comes. She'd come and tell me stories about why they were there and what they were doing if they got their sentences recharged for something else.
Yeah, I could tell not as many stories as she could, but still, because I was on one of the, I'm still on it, but for the state, I was on the emergency response team. So I was one of the few ones that we did a lot of extra stuff, and it just, the stories I could come up and tell you about is just absolutely absurd.
One of my neighbors on the street, he's on the CERT extraction, cell extraction rescue team. That's what they call him here.
Yep.
Basically an indoor SWAT team.
And that's what I was on. I was on the PERT team, and I was also a sniper.
My brother,
they look for contraband.
My brother just retired last year, 25 years with penitentiary, and he was the guy at the tower with the Mini 14.
Okay.
He spent the last 5 years up there.
Oh boy, man! I tell you what, the rules are changing.
And then my other brother was in ISU.
I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Internal Services Unit.
Okay.
They did what do you call it? Internal investigations on inmates for gang activity and employees for theft or love interest between the officers or staff with the inmates.
Yep.
Love interest.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time.
You would be surprised.
I heard stories, but
we had
don't y'all have cameras? Or don't
they
have
know where the
cameras
cameras
in
were at.
jail?
They know where the cameras are at.
Yeah, we do. But there's blind spots. You're never going to be able to cover every single square inch of a facility.
Hey, Ken, in the next county, one of the female officers in the county jail, she cut a hole in her pants so that she could have relations with one of the inmates.
Come on, man, that's sick.
And she married him too.
Wow.
It happens all the time.
He must have been swinging.
No, you got to remember the inmates. And I hate to say this because I did loss prevention with Target stores and other companies. And Southland Corporation was another one. You'd be surprised how charming they can be.
Yeah. I mean, he must have been swinging, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
that's not how it starts first. Oh,
Yeah.
she was also taking him drugs and a phone cell.
Yeah. Well, taking in contraband to the inmates and stuff. So, oh, God. Well, I ain't never been to prison, and I know I ain't going there because I don't have a reason to go. Never will have a reason to go.
My wife's brother just completed 32 years with the state penitentiary system.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 710 got it. Jailbird. You're a jailbird when you mess with a San Quentin quail. That means an underage girl. Yeah, bonjour.
All right, guys, it's going on 4:00 here where I'm at, so I'm gonna call it a night.
It's getting on 3 here, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that too.
And I'm lucky. I'm only here at 1 a.m.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're 2 hours behind me. Missy done got that chicken stew heated up in the pot. She cooked the chicken stew with potatoes in the gravy. Oh, man, Johnny fixed him a big old plate like he did the other night with a shrimp stew. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off too.
I ate 3 plates the other night when Missy made that. Saturday night, I ate 3 plates. Yeah.
Hector, it was good talking with you tonight. I'm sure we'll get to do it again in the future.
Yes, sir. Pleasure meeting you too, and nice conversation. And we seem to have a lot of things in common too.
Yes.
Great.
Cajun, thanks for having me up for the first time. I appreciate it. When I do a live feed, I will repay the favor.
I think it's the second time. Or I've seen you on another stream in the panel like this.
Oh, like Ken, also thanks for subscribing to me too.
Yep, not a problem.
Good. We'll catch up on some more stuff, and maybe on the chainsaws we can talk about that because I need to get that going. It's my dad's old chainsaw, and it's still in really good looking condition. It's just that it's got compression. I know that, but it just needs something going. I don't know what's going on with it.
All right. Yeah. Just let me know
As a matter of fact, I'll go live in my garage. I'll go live in my garage and we can talk about it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. All I need is some numbers, information on the saw, and I'm pretty sure that old saw has a Tillotson carb on it.
Okay. All right, y'all have a good night.
Okay. Good night, all right, Eleanor.
Pleasure,
appreciate you coming up, bud. All right. I want to thank everybody for coming up. And okay, Hector, do yours first.
Adios, buenas noches a todos. Hey, good night, everybody. Make sure you guys wash your hands and stay healthy, and make sure you hug each other in a very, very healthy way. Good night, everyone.
That's right. All right, everybody. As always, love, peace, and crackling grease. Catch y'all. Blue time.
Good night.